Okay, so since yesterday we have gotten a absolute boatload of subscribers, so before we get stuck in properly, I'm just going to, or sorry, followers, and so I'm just going to thank them all before we get stuck in. So Tump01, Captain Fugak, Pnia01, Exarch Paul, whoop, uh, Flalvanlal, Tyrant Valoy, Bam6, Slim PKL, Jeffy Jefferson, Not Cesaro, Hopsaki, Charles II, Stashman26, Ding Ding Boom, Axel Hadrian, Mech Angel 18, Hiroshima M, Butt Nuggies, King Saiyan 6661, Cassidal Bowen, Druidic Lich, Mr. Smiley J, Tar Gaming 81, Drucifer, Jalazar, Redimus 11, Anarch Autistic, uh, not even gonna try to pronounce that, but DQW4W, etc., was taken. Gilgamesh Hero, Linear Assassin, Kuzdev, Skyman AC, Jimpy91, Cornthar, Wyan, Winter Willow, Gulo Gulo 99, Fall Orpheus, Pocket Salami, Roll to the Future, Pchella, Falker Capslon, Zen Walrus, Clueless, Luckulet, Bart98, Electro Swinger, Ignanim, The Great Thaya, Legend 872, Vampiro, Blogarinho, Erski, Inky833, Frost Kirby, Chalky Muffin, Lunils, Timmy Turnip, Ninarissa, Snake Liquid, Paranoid Tinfoil Hat, Muller Ornus, Fox of Fate 1, Gainzerin, Laden Healer, Coin Goblin, Bluefur 0963, Tartarus Mojo, Mateo Ego, Tulfern, Brienne, Turbo Souffle, Brioman TV, Volkton, Maxi1921, Fez 6802, Pan Bullion, Bob Held the Weather Witch, Sensei Trash Can, and just now KD47. Thank you all so much for the follows. And yeah, I am turned up as loud as I can be, unfortunately, so you may just need to turn up the volume on your computer, because we have that power. Huh. And we are playing Crusader Kings 3 again today. And I am joined today by Reed, who is working on a degree in religious studies, so we can actually talk about the faiths in this game a little bit more competently than I can do on my own.
Hello, thank you for having me on.
And this time, we're not going to continue where we were last time, playing as Haraldur Hardrauda of Norway. We're instead going to start a brand new game in which we play within the Byzantine Empire. Which, I will notice, all of our selected start dates here, the only one that is not Western Europe is Iberia here. And it's all very hard. Alfonso VI, Sancho II, King Garcia of Galicia, Anso IV of Navarra, and, also interestingly, entirely within Christian Iberia, you cannot. Your native start of Iberia in pieces does not have anyone in the Taifa kingdoms of Andalusia.
Yikes.
The only one is the Rags to Riches, which has Emir Yaha of Toledo, 20 years before Toledo stops being an extant emirate, when the city gets sacked by Alfonso VI. So what a place to begin. Also in this start thing, I just want to point this out again, I pointed it out at the end of last time. Duke Vladislav, he's King Vladislav. The Bohemia was not a duchy, it was a kingdom. And they can play in England, or we go back as the sons of Louis the Pious, and how poorly that went with Lothar, Ludwig, and Charles the Bald. Or, look, there's two entire other non-Western European people.
How
Daura,
groundbreaking.
way down in Mali, and almost are part of the Magyars, so what would become Hungary. Or you can play as a bunch of the sons of Ragnar Lothbrok or Otto the Great, who for some reason is not the king of Wessex in 860, or I guess, actually, he wouldn't be king of Wessex like that. And thank you, Matt, and Perspective for the follows. We can turn down the volume a little bit more, but the music in this is incredibly loud. Let me see. Settings. Actually, no, I can't. The master volume is at 10%. If I turn it down any farther, you just get no audio and just Reed's voice.
I mean, my voice is pretty great, but I think
true.
the music is a tad loud.
It's true. Hopefully it gets quieter once we jump into the game, because the music in Paradox games is just horribly mixed.
Oh, true. Paradox games always love blasting music.
They just adore having way too much music. But it should be quieter once we get into the game, so... If we tolerate this for a few more seconds while I complain a little bit more about the awful start dates, and all of this being kind of ridiculous. Like, why is Ivar King of the Isles? Man and Dublin make sense, but not the rest of it. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And Alfred at this point. I really think, if you're not going to make him just be King of Wessex, you should have just made him be immediately King of Wessex. Anyway, play as any ruler in 867. Generating world from history. Sure. There's a lot of made-up history in this, just because we don't know the names of people in large parts of Europe. So, there's definitely a lot of just trying to guess. Anyway, I don't want to start as as King Basil I. I really don't want to start there, even though he technically didn't come to the throne until after the official start date of this. He didn't come until later in the year. But I don't really want to start that with in charge of the entire Byzantine Empire, because that's a little bit insane. So, yeah. What do you think, Reed and Chad?
Could you go with the
Where should I start? What was that?
Could you start off as a vassal underneath him?
That's what I was hoping for, but no, it doesn't actually let me. Potentially? If I select that, okay, yes, I can start as underlings. Yes. Thankfully. I just have to scroll in far enough in order to actually find them.
Yeah, not the most intuitive system, but
not at all. But that's okay. Let's start... Where do we want to start?
There's a lot of fun.
There's a lot of options. Let's start in Abydos. I'm sure it'll go poorly, but let's start here.
Why not?
Uh-huh.
What's the worst that can happen?
Exactly. No player error currently, but I am only 47, so there's plenty of time to fix that.
Oh yeah.
Difficulty normal. Let's get started. It is very slightly easier to understand than CK2. And here we go. We have started the game. So, we have the Duchy of the Aegean Islands. Fun times. Which has a couple of nonsense like Naxos and Lesbos as counties. So, the reason why I want to start here, while I'm kind of getting roughly set up... Oh yay, more martial experience. Now, let's start in stewardship. The reason why I want to start here is because this game, as it is right now, is incredibly structured around how high medieval France kind of sort of vaguely worked. Not really, but we pretend. The farther we get into the rest of the world, and there is a lot of the rest of the world in this game, the less well it applies. So the Byzantine Empire is something I at least know a little bit about, unlike, say, 9th century Central Asian steppes. So we can talk about it, but this whole structure, which if I remember right, was fixed by the end of CK2.
Yeah, I think they established like a imperial as a government system rather than just going straight feudal for the Byzantines.
Yeah, right now it is straight feudal.
Oh dear. That's not how Byzantine government works.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Let's see. Um.
And
It seems I have no player there. If I die now, the game will end. Thank you. Produce a legitimate heir. Wait. Why can he not... I mean, this doesn't seem wise, but why can my eldest son not inherit?
what's the succession
That's a
laws
good...
like for that?
That is a good question. Let's see if I can't figure out where the heck succession laws are in this. Oh, okay. They just didn't... It fixed itself.
Great. It feels like that should have been there to start with, but
It totally
alright.
feels like it should have been there to start with. Anyway, our is male preference. Okay. Male preference part of Confederate partition with a designated heir who is not great, wrathful, arbitrary, and trusting, but that's fine.
OAC, I'm sure you can find all the made-up coats of arms used in this game.
Yep.
I'm sure they do that a lot.
Because, yeah, I think they give everyone a coat of arms. Let's go into a random spot in the middle of freaking nowhere. Okay. With a motto and a coat of arms for just all over the place.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Can
most
you try
places...
Tibet? Because I don't think that's what they would have had in Tibet.
Yeah. Also, apparently, their house words are just bits of vaguely Buddhist sounding doctrine.
Oh.
The peaceful
dear.
mind knows prosperity. Oh dear.
Yeah, that... Okay, that's fine.
Uh-huh.
But
Yep.
we can get into more in the religion side a little bit later.
Yes, we will. Oh, fun. So, I can designate a guardian for my... Oh, he's 14. Okay, yes, I can designate a guardian for that. Okay. Interesting. So they do acknowledge that, the system is different in that you have the Hyteria as a different thing than knights, but in gameplay wise, the tooltip literally just leads to knights. Amazing.
I mean, clearly all you need to do is just slap a new name on it and boom.
Yeah.
Works for every culture. Because
Perfect.
that's how things work.
Yeah, turns out that's not how things work. There was a thread on our bad history a few days ago related to this game.
Oh dear, I haven't seen that, but what specifically did they talk about?
Mostly complaining about the fact that they're using a feudal structure. Because within the Eastern Roman Empire, and I mean, we are called Greek culture instead of Romanoi.
Yeah.
But
okay.
They were in the Eastern Roman Empire, which considered itself the Roman Empire. Peasants, both in the land and commoners in cities, were citizens of the empire. They were not serfs underneath a feudal lord. They were citizens of the empire, with all the rights of a citizen of the Roman Empire. And their land was a lifelong lease from the Roman emperor. So a feudal structure fundamentally just doesn't work.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I know it would be difficult to add in a different structure, but for the sake of accuracy and actually getting the feel for what it would be like being a noble in the Byzantine Empire, I don't think they really should have kept it as feudal.
Yeah, I really don't think they should have. What is clear is they must have been looking at all of the. Why am I at war? Huh.
I believe your
Yep.
liege is out.
The Akhlabids are attempting to take out Sicily, and apparently we're not cool with that. Oh well. I will probably not participate in that.
Yeah, that seems like a liege problem. But
Exactly. That's not my problem unless if things go terribly bad. What are your stats? Your stats are all kind of crap. But maybe I can find someone who vaguely fits with the things you're good at. Ah, yes, I can make my wife. I can make my wife his guardian, as if that is somehow different from how it already is. But that's fine.
oh yes, it's Paradox, so there's obviously going to be some DLC too.
Yes, there's going to be a quadrillion DLCs, and we already know. We already know that there will be a bunch of DLC, and one specifically on the Byzantines. So,
Yeah, just how they do things.
yep, they've already confirmed that they're going to make one for the Byzantine. Oh god, I have literally no money. Why do I have no money? That's fine, I guess. Let's get unpaused and we can then talk about stuff while we slowly accumulate anything, because I literally can't do anything with that little. Woohoo.
Except for married people, apparently.
Exactly. So Caldia, let's figure out where the heck he is. He's way out here. Perfect. Oh, perfect. That actually works out decently, where we can actually have an ally on the other side of the area. That's pretty good. And we are now... Okay. Of course I collected who pays for... Wait, what? Did I only just get married to her? I must have only just gotten married to her.
But you have like several children at this point.
Yeah? Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Saint
also
in 867, there's a... Actually, was Saint Bridget even
I'm gonna do a quick
canonized in
search because
867? I think she was, but... I mean, she's 6th century Irish.
yeah, and even though technically the churches were still together, well, yeah, she canonized.
It is,
But
because it is super weird.
the churches are technically still together at this point, and so the Orthodox would still reference some Western saints.
Yeah.
It's plausible, but it's not likely, in my opinion.
Uh-huh. That one does seem extremely weird, yes. Let's see. Life, religious life, death. Okay. Yeah, she... Seems like she was canonized pretty quickly after her death, so she at least had been in Catholic conscience or Christian conscience for a couple centuries at this point, but even so, you're right, it is super weird. And yeah, it is definitely a educate child. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Anyway. Faiths. Oh, fun.
Oh, the fun part.
What? Why did Why did he do this to me? Mean. Okay. So, yeah. Apparently we already have great distinguishings between Orthodox and Catholic and
Oh boy.
Insular and... I talked about this last time, but this is a whole bundle of yikes. We'll talk
Yeah.
about that in more detail. Cool. And Apostolic
Uh,
as for the Armenian?
yeah, Armenian Apostolic Church.
Yep.
It's understandable it being there, but I'm glad they just didn't go the route that CK2 did and just lump it in with Coptic, which is what a lot of games end up doing.
Oh yeah, I agree, because that's a pretty big mistake. Anyway,
Yeah.
I paused, so let's actually take a look at this, because the faith in this is the thing that strikes me as the weirdest.
Yeah,
By
I
a
mean,
lot.
you started in 867. That's the end of the Phocian Schism. And for those who don't know, the Phocian Schism was a conflict between the Catholic and Orthodox Church over basically who gets to be Patriarch of Constantinople. Because there was Photius, who became the Patriarch after Ignatius was exiled. Ignatius was the last Patriarch. And the Pope still supported Ignatius. And so there was a little debate over who should actually be holding that position. And so that was a brief schism. It was mended fairly quickly afterwards. And really, afterwards, they went on being pals, basically. There was no big difference liturgically. Like, there were some differences in language and practice. But for the most part, like, it wasn't... They're still considering each other as part of the same church at this time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so on a very broad level, like, they seem to divide religions into tenets, sins, virtues, and, like, 4 doctrines. So,
Ignoring that, sins and virtues are really an only Abrahamic idea.
Yep, we're just gonna quietly brush over that part. We won't actually, because that's a big deal.
It is.
But they just kind of describe tenets as a quirk, while doctrines are issues that are religious laws to determine behavior. So, within your studies, are these terms that academics still use first? And secondly, what is actually the difference between them on an actual level instead of a gameplay level?
The Pentarchy, I am glad to see that in some ways, because it was basically the belief that there were the 5 patriarchs, one of Rome, Constantinople, Antioch, Jerusalem, and Alexandria. Those were the big important seats of power during the Roman Empire. They each had a patriarch. And in theory, these patriarchs are not... one's not above the other in power, but more they worked together and held influence in their respective jurisdictions. And so I'm glad they have that, because it still acknowledges, hey, they saw themselves at, like, each of these 5 seats as still existing.
Mm-hmm.
That's still used, it's still talked about, and what exactly does it do gameplay-wise? Because I don't...
Plus 0.1 monthly fervor per holy site held. Characters of this faith gain an additional bonus upon the successful completion of a pilgrimage. Our holy sites are more than just sacred places, they are the very seats of power from which our religious leaders rule.
I would argue that's taking the Pentarchy in a different way, because the Pentarchy was more about church government than let's go on a pilgrimage to visit this holy site.
Exactly.
Because the holiness associated with some cities like Constantinople and Rome wasn't really developed, honestly, till later. It was mostly like Jerusalem that was the main pilgrimage site, and of course local saints and various locations like that. but the seats of power for the patriarchs weren't necessarily holy sites that relate to pilgrimage.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of sounds very plausible to me, given that, like, one of the most popular pilgrimage routes in Europe was to Santiago de Compostela, way the hell out here. Admittedly, that's mostly for Western and Central Europe, though, as far as even, like, Bohemia, way out here. Somewhere. Here it is.
They still have.
Has a path all the way to Compostela. So, pilgrimages, I don't know about within the Byzantine Empire, but it definitely strikes off that we have them pilgrimages focusing on these arbitrarily selected patriarchy sites, I should say, as opposed to being to an actual local saint's site or one of the apostles' sites.
Exactly. Like, pilgrimages would be more towards places that the apostles were. Admittedly, some of these were in the local tradition established by the apostles. Like Alexandria is commonly said to be established by Saint Mark, but it's not necessarily that is a holy site associated with Saint Mark. So it's, again, not like, sometimes they're associated with actual holy locations, and other times they were just political places of power, like Constantinople, honestly.
And then we've got monasticism and the communion.
So monasticism, very interesting in Orthodoxy. They don't have the same monastic orders that the West has. Like, you don't have Augustines, you don't have the Benedictines, you don't have any of those. Monasticism was much more on a local level. They all generally had the same idea of what they're doing, but variations between that. But there weren't orders like the West.
Yeah, and we're early. Like, 9th century is early for these orders to start emerging.
It really is. I mean, monasticism, it originates in desert monasticism in Egypt, but it spread. Yeah, I think we're in the right time frame for it to have spread out to other locations.
Oh, definitely.
But it's like the monastic orders wouldn't be around at this point, and monasticism's still a decent part of the faith, so I can get that being a tenet, but it's not a part of really what the individual, like, lay people and nobles would be concerned with. It was, like, mostly concerned with, like, those in the monastic orders would actually, and theologians would care about it, while if you were a noble, you honestly, it's not a big part of your faith in some ways. Like, they were centers of holy people and you could go there for teachings, but it's not, I wouldn't consider it a tenet, though. And of course, the word tenet is not fantastic because it implies that it's a central part of the faith when, of course, religions are internally diverse and not everyone believes everything. So
yeah, let's go into that because I think that's definitely worth going. I'm gonna, Leander, do you see the natural primitivism? Which religion is that? Because I want to go.
Oh yikes! I don't like those terms.
It's just in the go here. Perfect. We can see all of them. Oh boy, that's a lot of different faiths, or tenets.
It is.
So,
in that list, you'll also see Gnosticism as one, which makes me wonder why dualism is a thing in this game. Because dualism, I thought, was supposed to be an example of Gnosticism. And of course, Gnosticism is an umbrella term, and I don't know why it's a tenet. But
oh, yeah, you can have a tenet of armed pilgrimages, as if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's really not what happened in any way. People did pilgrimages, but, like, occasionally you wanted, like, there were some people who protected the pilgrims along the way.
Yeah, like the knight in the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Knights Hospitaller, were escorts to pilgrims within the Kingdom of Jerusalem. But I wouldn't call that a tenet of Catholic Christianity in the 12th century. It was just a thing that order did.
Yeah, it's like even the Crusades, I wouldn't consider them armed pilgrimages because that's not the goal. The goal wasn't just let's go visit Jerusalem and have an army with us. It was more we're going to go there and set up a Christian state.
Yeah, and then it was an obligation of the rulers to protect pilgrims. Not that pilgrims necessarily needed protection, because by and large everyone kind of agreed that, maybe you just leave the pilgrims alone. So, like, there's one story of an early English monk in the 10th century actually making a pilgrimage to Jerusalem and being welcomed by the Abbasid emir there. Because, yeah, you don't mess with that. That's pilgrims are protected and had a unique uniform that meant that they were protected, and even bandits would often leave them alone, because if everyone functionally in Europe at least believed in existence of God and heaven and hell, and so European bandits would be like, oh, that person wearing that specific outfit is a pilgrim. Attacking them is a greater sin, and we can get more money elsewhere.
Even in the Coptic Church, where they have a very long tradition of martyrdom, you don't see many martyrs in the medieval era, honestly. They do emphasize religious, like how they were religiously persecuted in their hagiographies and religious histories. But in the medieval era, honestly, even though they weren't like first-class citizens in the various empires that ruled them, they weren't treated awfully. They still could do pilgrimages to Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
And from several accounts that I've read, honestly, the Muslim communities would have violent backlash against pilgrims whenever the pilgrims actually started using Muslim traditions like they started doing in how you go about doing Hajj. They'd start doing things similar to that when going to Jerusalem, and that made them upset because they were saying, oh, they're mimicking us, they're not doing things right.
So you're saying I can't just click a button that says Islamic syncretism and then they're cool with it?
That's why can you just do that is a big question.
I don't know. Also, apparently the Franciscans would be not the Catholic faith.
What?
But given that mendicant preachers is a different tenet.
Why? Okay. My big question right now is, why are there, first of all, only 3 tenets? I understand from a gameplay perspective you have to limit it, but
it's so restrictive.
Religions are very complex. And there's so many of these that would apply to the religions at the time.
Mm-hmm. Let's look at this wild one. Natural primitivism. Adherents do not wear clothes.
I would challenge any developer to find me a religion that does that or preaches that.
Yep.
There actually is Jainism in the Svetamvara. Let me just look up. Yeah, there's the Svetamvara and the Digambara, and the monks don't wear clothes in the... Let me just make sure I'm saying which branch is which, because one is skyclad and the other is whiteclad. Whiteclad means they wear white robes, while skyclad means the priests, well, not priests, but monks specifically, don't wear any clothes, but that doesn't have anything to do with other things. Like, they're still monks. It's only the monks that do that. It's not everyone in the religion.
Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, what this is probably referencing, AC Esquire mentioned it, the Adamites, along with the Taborites in the 14th century, for this, very, very, very small group of people that did that, and also, for some reason, in order to create the Adamites properly, you would need both this and polyamory as 2 different things, despite that being kind of part of the same idea.
I looked it up. It's the Digumbra. The Sveteumbra are the white clad.
Cool. So yeah, that's wild. But I also really don't like this. Civilization is unnatural, a futile and blasphemous attempt by man to impose order on an inherently unordered creation. We embrace naturism and live as God intended, wild and free. That is not the
That
justification used.
No, that's not at all. I
The
mean,
the
at first I was like, okay, maybe this can be used in some cases, but no, that's not related to anything that
yeah,
religion teaches at this time.
the Adamites, their justification is that clothing was invented after original sin.
Yeah,
And so you kind of go back when after eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
but they weren't rejecting civilization altogether,
No, they
right?
weren't. They would walk through town naked, preaching about that. But yeah, this
Oh boy.
pretty yikes, and the idea that this is a thing that would ever be popular, it is a thing that does exist in the Middle Ages, but very, very small, fairly isolated communities do that and are largely rejected by any sort of organized power structure.
Also, you pointed this out before, but ritual celebrations, like,
That's just everybody.
yeah, everyone does ritual in some way, in some form. It doesn't necessarily. That this can be used to apply to anything.
Yep. Literally anything could be that. Sanctity of nature. Also, that's just generic animism? Question mark?
Yeah, maybe. It sounds like someone took a let's. It honestly sounds like a modern description of like nature being holy and maybe animism and put it in this game.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, there's a lot of diversity in how people view that. So
Yeah, also, apparently this is not a core part of religious practice in general. Syncretic folk traditions is a thing you have to buy.
why? Because even looking at Orthodoxy, which I know a decent amount, the Orthodox, even whenever they spread to different areas, they incorporate local traditions. Like, local traditions become a part of any religion as it spreads. It's one of the things that makes it really fascinating to see how religions change over time because of the different cultures and local things that get incorporated.
Yeah, because turns out if you go to a place and say everything your ancestors did is wrong and bad and you should feel bad for believing it, they'll go, okay, we'll see you never again, please.
Hmm.
And so one of the things in like early conversion efforts in Denmark in the 9th century is, and also true in England in the 7th century, is that they would take pictures of Christ first off, and would actually kind of, on the first attempt, try to get them to acknowledge Christ as a deity and a powerful thing, person, even though, officially speaking, it would be idolatry to be converting people through the image of Christ rather than the word of Christ.
Yeah.
And
And
it super goes against Orthodox or centralized Catholic doctrine, but the Pope went, yeah, that, you gotta do what works.
And even in this century that you're starting in, the 9th century, the conversion of the Slavs in Bohemia, they used local languages. Like Church Slavonic is still around today, and they used local languages to,
Yeah, we are right at the
convert
point that
people.
Isn't it Novgorod converts to, well, I guess what, 100 years out from Novgorod converting to Orthodoxy?
I'm not sure about Novgorod. I'll have to double check, but I think Kiev was one of the first
Yeah.
ones to. But we are actually like right after Cyril and Methodius, after they went to Bohemia. So I'm personally a little confused why Bohemia is still solidly, Slavic,
Yeah,
rather than. having a little bit of Christian in there, because for those who don't know, during this time with the conversion of the Slavs, Cyril and Methodius and a bunch of missionaries from not only German missionaries from the Catholic side of things, but also Greek missionaries, which include Cyril and Methodius, who Cyril actually and Methodius made an early version of the Cyrillic alphabet, so they have a big importance. But they went out into both Bulgaria and what's now Czechia or Bohemia. Those regions were like big centers of missionary activity, and so it was a big competition almost to see which branch of Christianity not branch because they weren't separate at this time, but which kind of flavor, more or less, they adopted.
Uh-huh. Flavor, I think, is probably the best term there.
Yeah, because they're still technically the same, it's just one has a tendency to use Greek and leavened bread, and the other uses Latin and unleavened bread. And also a word called filioque in their creed. But that's a different thing for another time.
Yes. That will become really important in about a century and a half.
Yes.
If we manage to get close to the Great Schism, we can actually talk about that, because that's super fascinating. But yeah,
it's very fascinating. My professor of Orthodox studies, he actually called that date, like that event, a helpful lie, because after that they're not on the best terms, but it's not like the one point where they broke apart.
Yeah, was it 1054?
1054, yes.
Yeah, it's definitely the process started long before then and continued long after then. It's just that's the political moment when the two heads go, you're mean, no, you're mean.
Pretty much, to simplify things.
Okay, then the doctrines are weird, because looks like we have just three options on each doctrine.
Odd, and also this might just be a me thing, but it feels like there's could be a lot of variation within the religion on these. At least if you go to the religious attitude, like righteous versus fundamentalist, both those can exist at the same time in a single religion.
Yeah, they kind of try and get around this by saying that this will still be a Christian faith. Well, I don't know, the Mu'alladi versus the Ash'ari would both be Islamic faiths.
That's a whole other topic that we need to get into later.
But hopefully we can get someone who knows more about the Islamic world on, but he is busy with school, so we cannot guarantee that. Anyway, yeah, but the idea of a fundamentalist movement being somehow distinct from whatever the main political group is weird. It's weird. Also, one that strikes me as super weird is theocratic versus lay clergy in this century.
Yeah, that's because going back to the Phocian schism that I just mentioned earlier, Photius was a layman. He became the patriarch, and he was just a lay theologian. Mm-hmm. He wasn't necessarily like a part of a distinct priestly class. In this century, like, there was that's a very gray area.
Yeah, it isn't really until the 12th the late 11th or the start of the 12th century that we really see things really lean towards the theocratic of the clergy are distinct from lay people. And even then, like the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 needs to re-emphasize that because no one paid attention.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an ongoing thing. Both exist in the same place at the same time, and both behave kind of not great. And you actually do see this in. Let me switch over to Catholicism here to just zoom in on Ireland to take a look at one of the bishoprics. Because at a gameplay level, there is functionally no distinction between a bishopric, and a baron. Where are they? Is it not actually letting me... Why is it not letting me actually see what these are? Oh, I need to go to the realm. That's why. Barony, barony. Tribe, barony, 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 barony. Tribe, tribe. Oh, I'm too early. That's probably part of my problem. I'm in the wrong century, and so things are weird.
But Irish monasticism was still very much a thing
Yep.
during
Oh,
this time.
perfect. Here's one in Cornwall. That works fine. So we have the city of Tintagel, and the barony of Launceston, and the bishopric of Oakhampton, all existing at the same time and being functionally identical in terms of gameplay, except the only one of these that we can actually besiege is the barony of Launceston. For some reason, we can only besiege castles instead of besieging cities. You can raid anywhere, but you can only besiege castles. It's weird. Anyway, though, in terms of power, this is exactly the same as a barony, and that's right. Bishops in this time period, and throughout the Middle Ages, in fact, would quite happily use their granted holdings as a bishop and the church holdings to enrich themselves. There's a reason why the Archbishop of Cologne is one of the electors of the Holy Roman Empire, and is in fact probably the most powerful of them through significant chunks of the Middle Ages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bishops, they weren't just... I noticed another thing when you were looking through the religions, how they say, like, secular ruler... Well, like, they have different types of religious heads, and one of them being a religious head that is a secular... Well, not secular, temporal, that's the word they use.
Yep.
The Pope is very much a temporal ruler right now, and so are a lot of the bishops at the time. They technically do have a lot of land and political power, and so I don't feel like that's necessarily a good dichotomy between spiritual versus temporal.
Yeah, I don't like it either. The idea, I think, is that it's specifically the head of faith, so the patriarch, being that the king is also the patriarch of the faith.
Yeah, I get that, but still, with the Byzantine notion of symphonia, where the church and state worked in harmony and with each other, and they act as extensions of one another, it feels like it's still very much a political thing.
Yeah, it does. This is not a clear-cut boundary, and, the papal states, I think, would question whether the Pope was a spiritual or a temporal ruler.
Very much so.
Past this, most of this is fine, I guess. Monogamous, divorce must be approved, you can legitimize illegitimate children, and, oh, actually, this is not good. This is not good. It is, according to church doctrine, avunculate, right now they have it as avunculate marriage. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but like that says marriage between cousins, aunts and nephews, and uncles, nieces is allowed.
That's...
But from my knowledge, anywhere up to fourth cousins was considered consanguinity.
Yeah, I can't say the specific stopping points, but I know very clear examples, even in Catholicism, of people's marriages being annulled because they realized they were related.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, annulled.
The main reason I know that is that Iceland had to specifically ignore orders from Rome regarding how far was consanguinity, because, while technically speaking, fourth cousins was consanguinity, that eliminated like 70% of the country for any given person, and so they were like, yeah, we'll tolerate second cousins or farther. But
yeah, that also just shows that regional variation is a thing without being a separate faith.
Yeah. Yeah, because they definitely had the doctrine, and they quite happily ignored that doctrine. Also, clerical gender only men? Is that?
I can't I can't speak too much on that, but I mean the existence of not basically nuns being a thing it kind of calls that into question. And
Yeah.
also just in at least in the Orthodox Church, since priests were married, the wife of the priest actually played a very important role and still sometimes does today in the life of the church and generally how things went in the church. So I feel like saying that they don't have like a special seat of honor or clerical ability is a little off.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent it kind of makes sense because it looks like it's like a bishop. Well, you can't have a female bishop
Yeah.
or a female court chaplain, though. I'm pretty sure that did happen sometimes, where female clergy would at least be well regarded within a court, even if they weren't officially a chaplain. Though, that's kind of a weird idea of a court chaplain being a thing in the Middle Ages, as opposed to the local bishop,
Yeah, it's odd.
which
As
actually, it looks like is the thing that they're correcting, because the theocratic doctrine had the far more powerful realm priest instead of a court chaplain. So, Christianity
ah,
actually has the local bishop.
I see. That's a little bit better.
Yep. Odd. Christiani uh, is
That's
a Slovenian um, offshoot, which is
ad-
fair, but their tenets are weird.
yeah. Admittedly, I'm not too knowledgeable about this offshoot, but the tenants are a little odd,
Yeah,
to say the least.
because this feels like I would pick these three tenets pretty much for the Franciscan orders.
Yeah, that's pretty fair, honestly. They
Maybe not pastoral isolation, but also St. Francis was pretty isolationist, so I could pick these three and just call it actually, pretty much the exact same thing here. Uh, and say that this is Franciscan and instead of Christiani, and you would never know.
yeah,
Weird.
weird. That sums up a lot of just the decisions they made. But
Yeah, it's a weird decision. Like I get that they're trying to show just how much of the variation there actually is.
and they have done a good job by trying to add in more variation religiously. Like before, what they had before was just one monolithic African paganism, which is very bad.
Ah, that's terrifying. Um,
Yeah. So at least this is better.
uh huh. What was the one that you had strong feelings about?
So actually, if you look over in Tibet,
Uh huh.
there is a religion over there called Bon. Or I'm not exactly sure if it should be pronounced like that, but up north a little bit, Bonpo.
I am being blind,
You're in
so
Nepal.
you're right.
So it is listed for some reason as pagan, which is, I think, what they're just using for all the indigenous beliefs, because it was there before Buddhism came in. I'll give them that.
Uh
But
huh.
oh dear, I didn't even see their tenets. Why is human sacrifice on there? That's not okay. Be- Besides that big yikes, because they are
Looks
listing
like
them
the
as
Uyghurs have something different.
that looks closer to what we see nowadays. But still, Bon is very interesting. It's often very overlooked, but it's I don't think it should be listed as pagan because there is evidence that it influenced Zoroastrianism and the way that it interacts with other religions. A lot of people sometimes just label it as a animist or shamanistic faith, which has been very controversial in recent years because new scholarship has kind of said that's not entirely what it is.
Well, yeah,
I'm still
reasonable.
confused why human sacrifice is on there because that makes zero sense at all. But they're because one of their chief deities, they sometimes use terms like Ahura Mazda, which is what they Zoroastrians use,
Mm-hmm.
but to describe them, and that might be words that they borrowed from the Persians because in their tradition they came from the west. They came from the west into the mountains, and so that's their at least religious history of how things spread. But it's I don't know why it's considered pagan, honestly, because they already have the big catch-all Eastern category of religion, which is a big yikes because they throw Taoism, Zoroastrianism, Hinduism, and all that together in one.
Uh-huh. It
And
looks like this one maybe does a little bit better because it isn't saying a pagan faith. It's a Tibetan faith. Oh, no, Tibetan pagan. Okay. There it is.
yeah, it's yikes. And yeah, they added a lot of indigenous beliefs over here, but they listed them all as pagan, which is not the nicest. It's cool seeing like the Shaivas and different denominations over there in India represented,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, they don't give the indigenous faiths the almost respect they deserve by calling them pagan and lumping them in with like Norse and any African paganism.
Yeah, and like Tengri is just
Yeah,
apparently huge and extremely monolithic, and also doesn't have human sacrifice.
very confusing.
Why does Harwe Banpo have human sacrifice but Tengri doesn't?
Yeah, I don't know. And honestly, now that I see it, ancestor worship, it
Ancestor worship.
implies that all like having it as just one singular tenet implies they all worship the ancestors in the same way, which is very wrong because a lot of these religions had different ways of interacting with their ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, it feels weird to just put that with all the pagan religions.
Super does. It super duper does. Something that struck me with all while walking around here. Wait, why is? What the heck is this little Nestorian outpost doing?
Nestorianism actually did reach that far, but I don't know why it's over there specifically.
Yeah, I just it's hard to tell how far this map is supposed to go because there's like a lot of decent chunk of China left off the edge
Yeah,
of this map. So, without
I mean,
knowing more about where specifically this is in the, well, somewhere vaguely resembling the Gobi Desert, I'm
I
not
mean,
sure what to say about that.
yeah, it's hard to tell geographically where that's supposed to be, which is tough.
Because, like, here's Thailand, so I assume, like, there can't be that much. We must be getting close to Korea. Here,
Maybe?
but
It's hard to say, honestly.
exactly.
I mean, Nestorianism, it's really cool, like how far it spread, because there are little Nestorian enclaves that we found evidence of in China, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, like, they are an independent little nation over there. And also, Eastern syncretism with Nestorianism, I don't think that's the right decision for their tenets. What?
Yeah. The other one that struck me is like we've got a bunch of Mahayana like outposts just being incredibly monolithically Mahayana. Just kind of scattered around with things in between them. Is that at all reasonable, or is this being a much too broad umbrella term for a bunch of various uh,
Mahayana, I think they're trying to show, like, at least with that little bit off to the west, how it spread across the Silk Road all the way to China. And China became a big proponent of Mahayana Buddhism. but having it having it seem like Mahayana practice in India, in Central Asia, and in China as all being the same is a little weird, because in each area, different bodhisattvas were focused on in different ways, and they had different names and characterizations and myths. Like you wouldn't see Guanyin, the Chinese name for one bodhisattva. You wouldn't see that same name and that same iconography of her, because in the Chinese version, she's often portrayed as female. In the Sanskrit version, often as a male, and they have very different stories. So them being a monolith is a little off, but I like that it's still somewhat represented in some ways.
Oh yeah, it's definitely an improvement over just saying a Buddhist.tm.
Yeah.
But
CK2 just had Buddhist, and then you were allowed to pick which school you followed within that.
Huh. Weird.
Indeed. But
Yeah. Overall, I think I just don't like how faith is represented in this game. This game is clearly a political history simulator. Like, we are being about what the elite are doing and trying to nab as much power as you can. And faith is just a thing clomped on to assist in that, to be another option to assist in that political history, without actually engaging in just how complicated and influential it was. And I don't like it.
Exactly. I mean, admittedly, because it's a political history game, we're being a tiny bit nitpicky finding one thing that's wrong, but it's an important thing that's wrong, because it's still one of the main parts of Harvard's religious literacy project is to get people to recognize that religions in all parts of culture, it has influence all around, and honestly, you can't just say, oh, it's a way to get more political power, and if you customize your religion to be very violent, you can conquer more. Yeah, stuff like that.
Are these guys actually any good at it? Things. Okay. These guys are okay. Cool. I was just getting back into actually,
yeah, we should probably actually play the game a little bit.
Nah. You guys came here for just me nitpicking a whole bunch, right? That is kind of the gimmick of the channel.
So, do you have any goals as this Duke of the Aegean Islands?
Not particularly. I was recommended to forge a claim on Mycia. Where is Mycia? Okay, it's this area right here. And then hopefully, yeah, that should be fine, because I can't imagine that Constantinople would be too upset about intra-thing squabblings. But while I say that, historically, the Byzantine Empire would have been extremely upset about that, and I would not hold on to this granted title for very long if I was making a mess, because that's not how the Byzantine Empire did. It's not like there were a bunch of semi-independent vassals, especially under someone as strong as Basil I.
Oh yeah.
It would be unwise to be causing a ruckus. So, yeah.
You wouldn't want to be doing that when basically all the power still lies in the Emperor. Because they can, well, not all power, but a lot of power still lies in the Empire, in the Emperor. He can still decide, hey, I don't think you should be a Duke anymore because you're starting fights and getting in trouble with all the other Dukes.
Yep. He is fabricating that claim. Also, it's odd to me that the bishop is the one fabricating the claims.
Wait, what?
Yes, the bishop is the one who has the power to fabricate claims. Not your chancellor.
Not the bishop's role, but okay.
Yeah, your court council.
I mean, just kind of not even knowing history, I feel like the bishop, like ignoring history, you feel like the bishop would have more important stuff to be doing. You know, running the church in
Yeah, and
all that.
certainly there is some ability for bishops to be assisting in fabricating claims or encouraging various power struggles, but at the same time, this is definitely an odd. It still strikes me as a very odd choice because a lot of the fabricated charters you would see in the Middle Ages, and you would see a lot of them, are fabricated under, like, your grandfather was granted this in perpetuity by some famous guy, and you really aren't going to argue with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a point brought up in the chat that bishops do keep records, like church records,
But
but at the same
everyone
time,
keeps
those
records.
were, yeah, everyone keeps records, and those records are notorious for being just bad at like leaving people's names out of things. I'm thinking specifically to each of the patriarchs kept a list of the other patriarchs, both alive and dead, that they considered to be in communion.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes those weren't the most accurate. Sometimes they just forget to add a name in there. They would also forget to notify the others that, hey, I'm the new patriarch, please add me to your list. Things like that. And so there was even like a little controversy once when the Patriarch of Constantinople forgot to add the new pope to his list, and people honestly could not say why they just didn't add him.
Yep.
But
Yep. The AC Esquire mentions probably the most famous one, the Privilegio Maius, uh, which creates the Archduchy of Neat. Uh, County of Lesbos has really, my guy. What is the point of having? What is the point of having a guy there? Oh, of course. My bishop is significantly better at stabbing people in the back uh, than he is at actually being a bishop. So
that
he got me in
makes a
trouble.
lot of sense.
Meanwhile, my chancellor, who has pretty meh diplomacy, is freaking amazing at the job of being a bishop.
I honestly don't know why.
Can I?
Personally, to me, it feels weird to have learning be what makes you a good bishop. Like, admittedly, that is a part of it, but like being you could have amazing learning in CK3 or 2 and be a like that would make you a great bishop, though you could have all the sins in the world against you.
Uh huh.
You're still considered great.
Uh, but also importantly, that helps you in the religious duties of debating theology with people and understanding what the quadrillion church councils actually settled on. But that
True.
doesn't help you with the actual nuts and bolts of running a bishopric and
Yeah.
organizing the parish priests and
Which honestly
attempting
might
to
fall
educate,
under.
make sure that they all know enough Latin to give a mass,
Yeah.
much less sermon.
Honestly, that might fall under stewardship a little bit more, running the bishopric and
Yeah.
keeping the church going.
And diplomacy for actually negotiating with the laity. So, all of these would end up being really important for anyone. And of course, given that we are Christian, the guy who is fabricating claims is not someone I can replace with someone who is good at fabricating claims. I am entirely reliant on someone who is not good at the job to do it for me. So I just lost a bunch of piety that I didn't have to lose because he's bad. And the County of Lesbos, which is here, gained unsafe highways, which means that things get developed less because my marshal is also not very good at being a marshal. Oh, of course, my marshal is the most erudite person on the planet.
Because they clearly all have basically the one skill that their job doesn't need.
Yep, yep. But their job, his job as marshal, is entirely dedicated to can he punch people good, and not the fact that he is a mastermind philosopher. On the flip side, that means if I have any children, I want to educate them under him, because yeah. I wonder if I can replace
Pretty
him.
amazing.
Does he count as a powerful vassal? 'Cause if he does, not that one. It's in realm. There we go. Powerful vassal is, yes, he does. So unfortunately, I can't pull him off of the council without him being really freaking angry at me.
Yeah, that's not great, especially since he's off on an island and slightly more defended, I would assume.
Mostly
The
he gets a -40 to opinion.
Yeah, that's
If he
not
is
great.
not on the council.
So if
And
you don't want to get stabbed, don't take him off.
exactly. Being additionally just unhappy because I took him off of it, he would definitely start a faction against me if I did that. Speaking of which, there's a faction targeting that. Can I join this? Only seeks to lower crown authority. I like that. That would be good for me. You know, not a thing that you can actually do. Why am I the lead? What? Nope. I did not want to be the leader of that. That's fine. Anyway, maybe it gets me more honor.
You can lead this faction to victory. I believe in you.
Exactly. And good. The war is going well regardless of my lack of participation in it, so we are happy with that. My renown is fine. My total soldiers are non-existent. Holy god. How many soldiers do you have? Does it actually say? Levy's 83. Okay, yeah, I am in... I'm gonna get trashed if I actually try to press this claim. Cause, this one alone, okay, has 500 levies versus my maximum of 300 that I can raise.
Oh dear, you need to up those numbers.
I would absolutely need to buy mercenaries in order to do that. Speaking of which, the Varangian Guard are mercenaries?
Which is a design choice.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. He became good at diplomacy. Maybe my guy who's engaging in diplomacy, I think he's powerful, but my son, heir, and a guy versus this guy, he's significantly better. I'm going to assign him to that, because he's just way better at it. He's not my best at it. Actually, my other son is even better. Okay, they're both charismatic negotiators, so I'm going to make my chancellor my son. And that should just be better. And yeah, he wants to be on the council, but there's one guy I can there's no one I can replace on it, because he's just going to be mad at me. So we'll immediately start a scheme against him to sway him and make him my friend, because that is how that works.
Yes. Let me scheme to make someone like me. That clearly is how things...
Amazingly. Spectacularly. Oh good, you can get married. Let me find it. It's in the tech tree. Where the heck is my tech tree? Or my my lifestyle tree. And that should be me as an individual. If I just close everything here, go to myself as an individual. Oh, and thank you, Rocket Man, for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. While I'm attempting to figure out where the heck things are in this UI, while it is definitely easier, it is not easy at all to navigate. If you guys, though, are enjoying this, do consider subscribing. That helps a lot with helping me keep playing new games as they come out, and eventually upgrade my gear so I don't need to cool it with ice packs. Subscriptions are only $5 a month and do a lot to help support the channel. And if you have Twitch Prime, or Prime Gaming as it's now known as, you can subscribe for free. It doesn't renew, but still, it's for free for you for 1 month. So if you guys have that and are willing to help support this so I can play other games as they come out, and there are a bunch of history games coming out in this year, then please do consider doing that to help support the channel.
And of course, join the Discord that I just sent a link to in
Perfect.
the chat.
Thank you. Do that, definitely, and follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live, too. There it is, lifestyle. I found it. I definitely wasn't stalling for time or anything. Anyway. Where is it? It's in diplomacy. You need to have a diplomatic lifestyle to make friends.
That's a thing? Okay. Why? I know in CK2, like, the friends thing was still not fantastic because it was completely random, but
yeah.
still.
And it's not. It doesn't actually ever say, you know, what actually it does.
Oh, just the tooltipception right there.
The tooltips of tooltips still fail to actually indicate what the hell it does. Which is, you know, you'd think it would be important information. But no, it doesn't.
Apparently you can still make friends, just you can't control it.
I see. But still, that's kind of ridiculous. Not a fan. And I need to marry you to someone. Can I marry you to someone, good? That's not lowboard? Please? Okay, no I cannot, but at least I'm gonna marry. I'll lose fame off of this, but she has hereditary traits that are gonna make their kids hopefully eventually awesome. So
hereditary traits are always nice, especially
when they're both really good.
True.
Quick and genius.
Those are
so she gets
+6
traits. To literally everything all the time. So worth. And I think I have enough to actually look for invite these guys. Costs renown, but that's fine. And I can just bring a few on board to fix up my general lack of knights and my guests. Woohoo!
Because Byzantine knights, once again.
Yes, they are just knights. For reasons. Not super clear why, but you know.
Yeah. I feel like that's a lot.
Wow, look at that guy. He has 18 prowess and 15 martial, which is insane. Oh, perfect. Serf refugees. An influx of serfs has arrived in the county of Abydos from the neighboring county of Aeolus. They claim to be fleeing from the abusive rule of Count Bardanius. Legally speaking, they are still in bondage to Bardanius. No.
Like you said before, these are citizens.
These are citizens of the Roman Empire. They are not serfs under the bondage of Bardanios. That's not how the Byzantine Empire divided land. This is nonsense. And I'm just gonna show my serfs to the new farms, cause ha. Okay, that's fine. Bye. Grumble all you want, it does not change anything. Anyway, Simeon is an experienced fighter. If I do that, 25, that's fine. Indeed. I lose 99 there, but that's fine, but I get the fabricated claim for when I have enough gold to hire mercenaries to do it.
And it has looked like you fixed your money problem by just waiting for
Nope,
more money to come in.
I fixed some of my money problem by taxing people for the sake of my wedding, but apparently I... Can I make him my physician? Can I just... If I recruit... Yes. Court physician. No, I don't want to start... Okay, fine. We'll start the search there. Additionally, how is my military doing? I have 10 of 10. Perfect. Okay, you are apparently instead... Is that the guy I wanted? Is, Huh. Neither of them are good.
No,
So
they aren't.
I will try again next year. And hopefully it would be less bad. I can declare 2 wars, so you as I assume a holy war. Holy war for the sake of the county costs a bunch of piety that I don't have. And where am I declaring war on? I'm declaring war on
Oh,
these two.
I will say it's an odd choice to have.
So Crete.
Yeah, I know this is a thing in CK2, but having piety be a currency is odd.
It's
Just
definitely
because you'd imagine people would still be a pious person even after they call in a favor from the Pope or something.
Yeah, you would think. Huh. Almutaz has been... Oh good, lifestyle perks. Let's go Taxman. Because I need more money. And money is pretty good. I probably should have switched to this, but I need to do a little bit more oomph in there. Speaking of which, though, don't I have a faction here that's done? Discontent can send an ultimatum at any time. Faction military power is at 143%, which is not quite enough.
It's not bad though. That's a pretty decent sized faction there.
It is, but hopefully we can build it up a little bit more. Anyway, calling you to honor our alliance and join me in the war against the tyranny of King Boris. So, it's... Wait. Join war... Okay. This is such an odd phrasing, because it just puts in the cause of the war. So, war against the tyranny of King Boris. Signed King Boris.
Yeah, that's odd.
It's weird. Not a fan. It has led me to be very confused for a while.
Hopefully in a patch they can fix that up.
Yeah, but join the war as a defender. It's just the way they are naming wars is weird. That's fine. We can do this, and I think I'll actually do the Holy War next, because getting Crete would be pretty easy, hopefully. And it would give me Crete.
And that's a good, pretty nice bit of land there, too.
Exactly. At least until, you know, the Normans steal it from you. Have that to look forward to eventually. We're a long ways out from that, but eventually.
Yep.
Okay, we will accept. We may also just do nothing even though we accept it.
So, how exactly do you interact with your religious head or religion in this?
I am not
True,
super familiar. I do not pretend to be good at this game. Chat, in case you were at all surprised, I do not pretend to be good. But... So the sheikhdom of that... Oh, it's just this... It's just that? Is the entire place that we are getting... Yeah. Okay. Weird that, you know, wilayas are just count or barons, and the sheikh is just a count. But, you know, gotta do what you gotta do, I guess.
Also, the way that they use mosques as essentially stand-in for, like, bishops doesn't map well?
Doesn't feel good, does it?
Not at all. Not what?
Yeah, yeah, that is not how that works. And they jury part of the Armani Emirate. Uh, so emirs are apparently just dukes.
Because that's definitely how it works.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hmm.
I'm sure someone else would know a
We're,
lot more
we're
about
going
this,
to
but
get the young Ottoman on here eventually. It doesn't look like it's going to be today, but we are going to do it eventually, and we are going to scream about this because oh boy, that is sure is a choice. And this is something I really don't like. That they clearly built this game, despite claiming that they built this game to show a much more accurate and much more diverse representation of the hemispheric Middle Ages. They just plastered Western Europe into everywhere and then said we'll fix it later, despite spending 8 years in the previous game slowly trying to fix that.
also I just was reminded of something. Can you go back to the religion view and like show off the Abbasids?
Sure.
Because I realized that the Methuselites should probably be prominent right now. Just like 40 years earlier, there was like a basically an inquisition against the against the traditionalists in favor of the Methuselites. So having the Ashari there is a little anachronistic almost.
Yep, yep. I mean, they clearly aren't afraid of anachronism. So, yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Uh, but first, there's like one random bit. There's like two counties of, was it Nasradism? Uh, for no super discernible reason. I want to try and find it. Which is an even earlier. It starts in 867 with two counties somewhere. Uh,
Might have been converted already.
yeah, they may have already gotten nommed. But they for some reason that is a like it's a 7th century revolt. And for some reason it just continues to exist in the 9th century as a thing that elites are doing when it was a very populist uprising.
I mean, once again, it's nice to see them try to do other cultures,
Yeah,
but their attempt is not very good.
I super agree. It is. I agree definitely that it is super nice that they are trying, but at the same time, uh, their systems in this whole game are not conducive to doing a very good job. And at the point where your systems are requiring you to make fundamentally super jank decisions, like making, you know, a ethnic identifier of Mualadi in Andalusia, and of not the highest ranking, Arabs were perceived of as the most elites, and Mualadis were like second or third on the list, because it's part of one of the native Moroccan groups, which would
Yeah, that's
become Amazigh, but at this time period is, or become taken over by the Amazigh, I should say. But Mualadi, referring to native Moroccan instead of Arab.
I don't know why they chose to do that.
And so they
But
represent that as a faith for just because of the way their faiths are structured to indicate that the version of Islam practiced in Andalusia is a little bit different than the dominant Ash'ari faith, even though the Umayyad emirs and eventually the Umayyad caliphs in Andalusia were probably would consider themselves Ash'ari.
yeah, this is very confusing on so many levels. But,
Yep,
all right.
It is deeply confusing, but the point is, when you're making such jank decisions, maybe that's an indication that you need to fundamentally rethink how religion is interacting with your political sim.
Yeah, like
Also, we're gonna raise
Matt
our
pointed out in the chat that
Mhm.
Hinduism has its own basically Crusader army, and yeah, that's not.
That's a decision, isn't it?
Yes.
We're gonna go on a boat. Oh, by the way, another thing notably absent in this game is a navy.
I know CK2 had a navy, but no naval combat, which was not a great representation of the medieval era. But oh, AC is wondering what the tenets of the Jewish religion are.
Oh boy, let's find out. Well, we will need to find it first.
I believe in the up north, in
Uh-huh.
the depths, there should be a Jewish group.
Let's see. Tomasco, no. There we go. Khabarism.
That's a type of Judaism.
Yep. There is one of
But
Jewish faith. We will see if it won't let me click on it to actually, check.
Esotericism's definitely a choice. But I'm just gonna look something up to make sure I'm right about this, but
And then legalism, and then the halacha. Rulers with high learning may condemn their sinful vassals. The more sinful a vassal is, the less learning the ruler needs to condemn them. Condemned vassals are seen as criminals and may have their titles revoked. The border between theological and legal arguments is thin, and spiritual qualities can and should be considered in secular settlements.
So I understand. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, you go. You know more about this than I do.
I understand the legalism as a tenet, even though we've said before, tenet's not a really good descriptor and there should be more. But having esotericism is a little weird to me because they're a group that acknowledges the Torah, not only just written Torah but also oral Torah, as like the highest authority. And usually with groups like that, you don't quite get the esotericism that you find in Kabbalah, yeah. And so they don't have the same midrash or Talmud that other Jewish groups would have. And so it's definitely a choice to have that in there.
Yeah, it's also odd because I assume that this word is derived from Kabbalah.
Yeah.
Which is odd, mostly because one, anachronistic.
Very anachronistic.
As all hell in the wrong spot. But
oh, there's also Judaism down in Ethiopia, I believe. A small.
Let's find out. Where are you? Yep.
I mean, that is historical. There is a group down there.
There is. There's also.
They also have esotericism.
Yeah. Which I wonder if they're just using a weird definition of esotericism.
That's what I'm wondering.
Because, they're definitely looking specifically at, the wise men kind of asceticism. But that doesn't strike me as actually a very good definition of what the esoteric is. The great mysteries of the divine may be beyond mortal comprehension, but that is not an excuse for ignorance. Their very existence compels us to seek knowledge and understanding of the world around us. Okay, so the flavor text is right. Is fine. But the mechanics seem to be very much focused on making individuals into super religion.
Yeah, that's
which is
odd.
not great.
And
Also,
also,
consider
just
them
the tenant.
evil, they consider us evil. Qua?
I believe it's all of the Abrahamic faiths considered each other evil,
Uh,
which is
what hilarious nonsense.
exactly.
Absolutely utter freaking nonsense that choice is. While it is undeniably true that there is significant unease going both ways regarding both the Jewish attitudes towards Christians and Muslims in the Middle Ages, uh, and the other way around. Significant unease that exploded into horrible outbreaks of violence, usually against Jewish communities. Speaking of which, what are the Jewish communities?
That's a question I'd also like to know. But apparently, no. I guess it just doesn't show religious diversity too well
It,
because it's showing what the majority of the county is, maybe, or
yeah,
the barony.
yeah, it seems to be based on whatever the head of the place is, regardless of uh, what any of the individuals inside of it are. No, actually, no. Because this is the county faith, also true top Legis faith, Catholicism, which is
Hmm.
actually fine. That's actually kind of true, because
Yeah.
the county holder here, either the deep-minded, was Christian. So she wasn't settled in Iceland yet, in 860 or 870, because she moved in somewhere around 876 or 7, probably. But she was Christian.
Yeah. I mean, this is again a
Though
political.
she moved from the Pharaohs, so making that just distinctly also true. Bad word. Don't refer to Norse pre-Christian Norse religions as also true. It's bad.
Because yes, Yellow's covered this before in the last stream, but
Yes.
yeah, the using modern neo-pagan names for ancient religions is not a very good academic thing to do because it implies that they're the same, which is distinctly not the case. Because even if you do practice those faiths, it's hard to say that things 100% carried over and you are practicing the same way, believing the same things, when we, for centuries, did not know exactly what people believed and don't
Oh,
have good enough records.
or, the faith completely died out, as is the case with Norse, pre-Christian Norse religions. The faith completely died out, or faiths, plural. Let's emphasize that again. Very
Yes.
much a plural, faiths, which we know very little about at the best of times, died out. They stopped existing. Also true is a revivalist movement that started in the 1970s. That date
A
says
lot of time
870.
there.
Let's not use the revivalist from the 1970s. And for a game that was trying to be very clear, Paradox did genuinely try to make this unfriendly to white supremacists. I'm aware of some Odinist groups that will be more than happy to say, "Oh look, also true. Look at our glorious heritage."
Same. It's very unfortunate the way that it's been. At least some people have used that for white supremacy. But going with the name Al-Sutru, which I know sometimes can apply to some white supremacist groups, some use that term themselves, it's a little off because that just kind of validates their own beliefs in some ways.
It's super off. Oh, cool. My guy is there, and then the whole army of Constantinople is there. Cool. That means I should get, help from this. Um, Even though my tiny, tiny guys are not actually doing anything.
Well, you're there. You're gonna get a participation trophy. It's gonna work out.
Yep. And thank you, Sergeant Sandman, for the follow, though. I got nothing. Okay, well, where's my guy going? And where are you going to? You're going to there. No, you're going further. Okay. We'll just follow this army around and pretend that that is enough to actually get, a benefit. Even though my guys are actually elite quality, they're as good as they can be. They're certainly better than the army of Constantinople, but still isn't great. Oh, cool. And that one, this is presumably the next one we will attack, because I can't imagine what else we would do.
Yeah, it's the closest one.
And it's the only castle, which is kind of the point. Like, we can't actually do this. Oh, look. They won the war. So we can disband our guys and save them for when we go to Holy War against Cyprus. Though apparently they are vastly inferior to us. Military strength 500 soldiers. I don't know why that is. Okay.
Also, I would just like to quickly challenge the idea that every religion has holy wars for some reason.
Yeah.
Because a lot of, like, Orthodoxy, admittedly, did not do too many holy wars, so to speak. They were still, sometimes religious justifications got wrapped into wars, but it wasn't for the purpose of driving out whatever other faith there was.
Yeah. I super agree. And the motivations of people going on the, Indeed. Interesting. My Chancellor did something good for a change. Anyway, I can declare a holy war, I think. Though, holy war for the county. For some reason, they say the military strength is vastly inferior to ours, and I don't entirely know why. Because they have more people.
Maybe your troops are just better. Perhaps. I don't know how
I still don't really
calculates.
have the money to realistically go in that, but I need to get another place, so we might actually... Let me just check my military strength here, because my total soldiers is 483, which is 100 bowmen and all the rest of it, so I guess if I make a regiment of footmen, even though I'll be super broke, I can set my guy to collect taxes in my council. Where is it? Collect taxes, please. Thank you. To hopefully upgrade some of my money. And, ooh. Oh, yikes. Did not notice that. So she can give me boosts to just everything, or she can focus on different things. So, but for some strange reason, one of those things is chivalry in the Byzantine Empire in the 9th century.
Oh dear. Yeah, using French and a little bit English ideas of chivalry for...
Yep, it is pretty much entirely Anglo or Anglo-French ideas coming out of the Chanson de Geste and the so-called Matter of France, and then the Lays of Marie de France in the court of Henry I, leading to the Matter of England, being kind of the two main points of chivalric literature. That's not a useful framework to understand anything about the Byzantine Empire, much like, feudalism is not a useful framework. In general, but especially for the Byzantine Empire.
Mm-hmm. And AC, the end date is still 1453.
Yep. That sure is a choice. Cool. I'm still getting just those. Let's actually do that, I guess. We'll create another man-at-arms regiment of light footmen. And then hopefully they'll fill up to 100, and we'll let time run a bit farther before we actually declare that war. Maybe wait until 873. I'm sure that'd be fine to just keep being patient.
I mean, it's worked so far.
That's true. That is one thing that I've not experimented with at all, is just being able to go in and change the game rules to make the Middle Ages look however you want. I've not done that, and that is definitely a thing that is worth acknowledging, that you can make this game look radically different with a whole bunch of different accessibility options. They'll let you kind of create the Middle Ages their very simplistic model. It lets you you can play around within that to a kind of ridiculously large extent.
Which is something to consider, but considering the default is still Asudru, that's the default options I feel like hold a little bit more sway in things.
Uh-huh. I agree. Like, this is definitely, like, for the purposes of this stream, this show, is definitely critiquing the base game as it is, because that is the version most people are playing. And based off the comments from Overly Sarcastic Productions' most recent video, and how many of them were referencing me who has played CK2, oh, I'm something of a historian myself, it is undoubtedly worth acknowledging the reputation this series has as a history game and critiquing it as such. Even though it's just a game, that is still super worthwhile. And
Yeah,
this
still,
guy that we just became our friend, that our chancellor was working on, is apparently committing adultery with my heir, with the wife of my heir. So that's not great. Yeah. So hopefully that gives me a chance to divorce my son and heir to this person, even though that would probably break my House Ampelas. Is this the one in Bulgaria? No. This is someone else. Okay. Oh, the guy over here. Yeah. So hopefully that's sufficient excuse for me to go and ask my see if he can divorce nope. Cannot actually order a divorce on weird. Disinherit, denounce, grant titles. Huh. Cool, I can appoint someone as court physician. There was someone I specifically hired for that, wasn't there?
I think you were looking, but then you didn't find who you wanted.
Yeah, they didn't give me who I wanted, but there was someone who yeah, here, this guy is the mastermind philosopher and physician. I can just appoint him. Oh, interesting. He is a Samaritan.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm curious what they have to say about the Samaritan religion now.
I am very curious too. Let's actually find him. Where is he? Yeah, this guy. He's Samaritan and culturally Ashkenazi. So, Samaritanism.
Doesn't make sense, but okay.
Communal identity, esotericism, and literalism.
Literalism, okay. Well, first of all, communal identity. I feel like every religion has, well, nearly every religion has a community of some sort.
I feel like that, yep.
Though, admittedly, communal feelings can be stronger or weaker, and so they're probably just saying strong communal identity.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like religious identity is kind of, one of the foundational ideas of a community's in-group, but...
Yeah. And I mean, as much as we said earlier how the religions shouldn't view each other as evil during this time period specifically, it still defines how you see the world.
Absolutely.
But
yeah, weird.
Samaritans. Okay, well, Samaritans have their own sacred scripture, their own version of Torah, which is different than what we usually think of when we think of rabbinic Judaism or anything like that. So it's a little odd, and I'm surprised they didn't spring for a nature, for some reason, several nature themes or tenets in here, because Samaritans have these specific sacred mountains, and well, where they believe that the real temple should have been built. The temple in Jerusalem should have been built on those mountains, and so I'm surprised they didn't spring for one of those, considering how they've interpreted religious beliefs in others.
Are any of them happen to be like Mount Gerizim? Or is
That rings a bell, but let me just double check because
that?
I don't want to give up.
Then they did actually incorporate that into the holy sites, which is better.
Yeah, Mount Gerizim is one of the mountains, so that is better. That's nice. Good step up. That in CK2, the Samaritans were just a Jewish heresy, which has a lot of bad connotations.
I will say, like, that's definitely a change I like, is that they change. Well, by and large dislike all of these faiths being independent things. I do super like that they are not calling them heresies.
Yes,
Catholicism is a different faith, not a heresy within Catholicism.
I've said this in my lecture on the OSP server, but heresy is such a loaded word that scholars of religion avoid it as much as we can, unless we're talking about these people saw others as heretics. The word heresy carries so much connotation and it's just so degrading to people of a specific faith that it honestly should be avoided at all costs. And so I'm glad they kind of changed that bit. Oh yeah, Nestorianism becoming its own faith. I like that because it did split off very early on, and so I think it justifies having its own faith. But still, having it as a heresy in the first place is very weird, considering its long-standing tradition and that it's still around in some places.
Yep, and I think it's time we declare war. Oh,
oh dear.
So this is a double whammy. So first off, the Orthodox world was appalled to learn that Ecumenical Patriarch Ignatius himself has been routinely lying to local priests. He has apparently been tricking them into acting on false information in order to advance his further schemes. While scandals among the clergy are nothing new, many are aghast that the head of our faith would succumb to such temptations.
Considering the time period, having the Ecumenical Patriarch as the head of the faith is off to me. I mean, modern days, people usually think head of the faith, Ecumenical Patriarch, but that's the wrong way of thinking. The Ecumenical Patriarch was considered the first among equals in the modern Orthodox Church, but this is pre-schism, so in theory, all the bishops are equal, and the Patriarch is just kind of an honorary title added on to that. And during this time period, specifically with the 9th century, they're still in communion with Rome, and so Rome is still technically the first among equals out of the patriarchs. And so...
Yeah, because that would be the Diocese of St. Paul, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Or St. Peter, sorry.
St. Peter, yes. Paul is Constantinople, tentatively.
So, yeah, that is, the person who was, second closest to Christ himself, according to the Gospels. I think the heir to that is probably more head than the head of Constantinople. But anyway, that dunks on Orthodoxy's fervor, but it's more piety for me, so I'll take that.
More piety for you is always nice.
And basically, that just paid for my war.
Wonderful.
So we will raise all armies, which is actually a kind of decent number these days, and we'll sail into here, and good. I'm actually sailing to the right place. I probably should go against one of these other ones, but that's fine. Hopefully we win this, because I am losing money, so I can't do this for very long, and that is a not... Let's just go dunk on this guy, these 621, and then That's
Hopefully
going to
it
be
goes
close. We win.
And AC, I haven't seen enough to see if autocephaly is a mechanic. I would hope it would be in there, but this is CK3, it's new, has new, really weird decisions when it comes to religion, so I'm not certain.
Wait. My spy master has been wounded and he's gotten infected. But I have a court physician. I have a court physician, and for some strange and bizarre reason, it seems to not matter. And I'm not sure what autocephaly is. Can you explain that?
Of course I can. So
Yeah.
with the autocephaly, the way that the Orthodox Church is structured, pretty much, it has different patriarchs in different churches. Of course, a lot of this is a more modern occurrence and isn't really much of a medieval time period, because each church, they are all in communion with each other. They recognize each other as having the right, according to them, the right belief and practice to be considered a true church in some senses. And so autocephaly is basically granting them self-governance, their own patriarch, and ability to like run themselves. So technically the patriarch during this time period, the patriarch of Jerusalem, Antioch, Alexandria, and Rome and Constantinople are technically autocephalous from one another. They are each independent. They run their churches separately, pretty much, though they're still in communion and recognize each other as the same church. And it's only in the modern days that as soon as other nations start being granted their own patriarchs, like there's a patriarch of Moscow, there are patriarchs in Romania, Serbia, Bulgaria. Various churches like that are granted autocephaly after they believe they are able to govern themselves and keep with the church.
Nice. Yeah,
And
I
so,
don't know if I don't think that's a existent matter because I don't think you can actually play as a religious, or it's hard to connive your way into becoming a religious head. And certainly
yeah,
I've not managed it, but
in theory, you like your religious head wouldn't be the ecumenical patriarch anymore. It would be your local patriarch. But of course, I don't know how they implement that in CK3.
yeah, I have a feeling that is just create a new faith in which someone else is the head of faith. Meanwhile, we also have a witch.
A witch, you say?
A witch.
Oh.
Bloodstained cloth, crow's feathers, strange smelling concoctions. This is the evidence presented to me by a group of villagers from Abydos as proof that Anastasia has been practicing witchcraft in her hut on the outskirts of the village. The villagers claim her evil works must be the cause of their bad weather and are calling for her execution. We could either release her, which will make the peasants unhappy but be good for our lifestyle. We can execute her, which she's an exile from apparently of the only member of this noble house. Holy God.
Miracle worker, wow.
For learning and incense, chants, and other cantrips, she works miracles through unconventional means. Yeah, she's totally a witch. But look at that learning.
Yeah, that's some pretty high stats in
Those are
general.
some buff stats, but I could spend some of my not very extant piety in order to get her there and use her to educate people, which would be very interesting. I mean, her stats are pretty buff. Just in general, across the board, except for her stewardship, she has above average stats across the board. Well, her prowess is garbage, but that doesn't matter. She's not going to war. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? Chat, do we hire the witch?
Do we release, burn, or hire her?
Like, the problem is I don't think, actually, I can check this. Do I have any new children that need... No, I have no children that need, educating. And my kids don't have kids that need educating. Okay, we have a 1-year-old. But unfortunately a granddaughter instead of a grandson, so we'll end up leaving the family, so don't really have immediate use.
Chad is saying weigh her against the duck.
Indeed. Weigh her against the duck. We will need to appoint her as someone's guardian though, and hopefully... Well, I guess we'll appoint her as the kids and hope that they have another kid soon, in order for me to do this. Because she's 58, so she actually doesn't have that long left to live, so we will see. Indeed, we shall see what this is. But chat speaks and I obey, so there we go. Can declare war on this guy. Why? Oh, this is the one we fabricated. Yes. For some reason, they say they. Huh. Oh, I would need to call friends in for that. I understand.
How's your war in Crete going?
My war in Crete is at 58, and we beat that siege. It looks like.
Nice.
So now we just need to go over here and besiege this place. Unfortunately, we lose guys by doing that, because we can't actually control that area. Either of these well. We are paused right now, though. Also, huh. Okay, I will swap that scheme. Because I can only have one scheme at a time, but we will sway him to do that. To make him like me for reasons. And then we also just lost our counselor. So we have a new room for. We have room for a new spy master. Well, looks like my heir's wife is the best one for that.
Is this the wife that cheated on her?
Quite. It is peculiar.
He is pretty good for the job.
But that juicy... I don't want to make her my, I don't necessarily want to make her my person, but I do want to go here and, educate child, have her do that for now, and see what nonsense that granddaughter becomes. Disrupt schemes, you are still collecting taxes. This is all fine. This is all fine. Oh, and I can call allies to war, to help any of these. Oh, interesting. Looks like my king, looks like Boris... right, Boris got declared war on by Basil, so there's that war going on. And then I can, Duke Theodosius, my other ally, that was the other part of the cheating, I can call him to war too. Which I'll do for someone else, but I shouldn't need for this. Let's unpause and keep going. Yeah. Oh no, we're doing better than that, than I thought we were. Okay. We're at 51, so as soon as we beat this fight... Which is not going well, we actually lose this.
Oh dear. Can you call in your ally?
Yeah, we'll call in an ally. That didn't... What the?
That's
we
a
win
lot
this,
of wood.
We won that. We got up to 210 there, but unfortunately, there's... A couple of Lombards are the problem. Anyway, let's see. Issues. Let's call an ally. Let's call him to war. See. He will do that. And... What? Oh, my steward died. Whoa. So many things just happened at once.
Oh dear. Yeah, you have a lot of stuff going on.
It's come to my attention that some local commoners are moving to Constantinople. It's not worth it. I don't have the money to do that, so... My counselor died, so... Would you stop? Jeez. Everyone just chill for a moment.
I think I saw a religion pop up.
There is a religion pop-up. I just need to... Who was the one who died? Oh, wait. Perfect. You've got 18 of that, which is exactly the one we wanted, so that's kind of the point. Heresy. Paulicians in Armagnac. Duke Ioannes of Armagnac has announced to the world that he and his vassals have converted to Paulicianism. Can we take a look at this one? Maybe?
I would very much like to take a look at this one, because I think they did something very odd with it.
So firstly, its flavor text. Rejecting the divinity of Christ and viewing the veneration of the cross as heathenish, Paulicians aim to restore what they believe to be the true form of Christianity as laid out by Paul of Tarsus.
They made them dualists. That new category of religion that is not scholarly, not attested to scholarly, but okay.
Yep.
So, chat, if you didn't know, they made a new, entirely different faith next to like Christianity called dualism, where they basically took anything that had even a little hint of Gnosticism and threw it into a different category. It is a separate thing from Christianity in CK3, and it is very odd that they did that. Because, first of all, why is Gnosticism a tenant? I said this before, but still, that makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
And
yep. I think that's trying to avoid the thing where they make all the dualist things have one of their tenets be agnostic, while still technically being Christian. Though functionally, they are clearly do not get along with the rest of Christianity. So it looks like they're trying to kind of have their cake and eat it too, with that really weird decision.
Yeah, it's very odd. I don't know, it just feels too weird to have them as something separate from Christianity, because it's clearly a Christian context that these are from, but...
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And, yeah, just, again, Gnosticism, very broad. A clear definition is very hard to do, because there's so much diversity in them, that you can get some vague themes, but not all the Gnostic groups agree. And I thought they were just going to do that by calling them all dualists, which is still off, but having Gnosticism as still part of that is a little weird.
Uh-huh. It's really weird.
Also, I'm pretty sure the first Paulicans were from the 7th century.
Yep.
So, few centuries off.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. The Encyclopedia Britannica here is saying that they are being that they're influenced by Manichaeism, but you know, the fact that they appear in this time, it references something in 872 by Basil I that kind of smushed them. Until
that
they kind of limped on for a while.
I mean, the Orthodox Church in this time just got finished dealing with the second iconoclastic controversy, so it makes sense that they'd be more willing to stamp down on unorthodox.
Uh-huh. Odd. Why do I not have... Why have I not gotten... Oh, I got down one. Okay. Can do that. Can ransom people, but I don't want to ransom them because they're all my enemies right now. But... Oh, weird. Why are these guys Mualati?
That is very odd.
Huh? Wait, also, what are these tenants? That's just jihad and jizya.
What? Oh, I mean, I understand the points to have like a religious mechanic built in that you can customize, but at the same time, those aren't. I would not consider jizya as a tenet of an Islamic faith. It is something that occurs because of it, but not a central thing that the religion's built around.
Yeah. And
Jizya is just
it's
taxing
the tax on the Dhimmi people, which is also something that, you know, the Fatimids did, and the Seljuks did, and the Abbasids did, and why is it being portrayed as somehow central to Umayyad Andalusia instead of, you know, the rest of it? What I want to check is just, okay, they're putting it as part of Ash'ari as well.
But still, it's not a central tenet. It's something that just kind of happened almost legalistically. It's not a theological standpoint.
And for Islam especially, where, you know, the 5 pillars are kind of, you know, the things that are universally said to be the most important.
There are lots of asterisks with that, but yes.
Yes.
For the most part, those 5 pillars are
to
helpful.
Simplify almost as much as this game does, the 5 pillars being the ones that are most important.
Yeah.
It's odd.
Again,
I don't mind so much the fatwa being important, central premise, though. That is just asking for a whole bunch of variation that we're just going to ignore.
And struggle and submission. That's a loaded tenet to throw in on there.
Yeah. I mean, that is presumably is kind of literally translating jihad.
Yeah. But of course, jihad, there's a lot of theological interpretations that don't mean physical warfare. So.
Yep. And this clearly reads it as physical warfare. Which is super yikes, because it's saying jihad and the Crusades are exactly the same thing, and therefore everyone's in the wrong, when, no, don't do that.
I'd also like to say, with the Andalusian version of Islam, they still consider Christianity as evil, which does not reflect Andalusian culture or governance very well.
They also consider Judaism as evil, which Maimonides would like a word.
Yes, Maimonides would like many words.
Like several words, in fact. I got a dead guy in my court, don't I? Or in my council. No, I replaced him already. Cool. Do I have allies on their way? Because I would like allies on their way. Neat. I am at 86% on this war. Let's go over here. Because are these guys... Yeah, these are the enemy army. Okay, we get another pause because more things are happening. As my eyes meet Countess and Thuses for what feels like the 20th time tonight, I know I am not imagining things. Even from the other side of the table, her gaze feels as intense. Okay.
Oh dear.
Yep. This is a choice. Oh, for some reason I don't have an... I'm gonna make him the commander, because duh. That will help me a lot. Anyway. Okay. What a choice. I think I could use the piety right now. more than
Society would be nice.
her opinion of me. Because obviously her husband despises me for no, I don't actually remember why.
Did you fire him from the council?
No,
Ah, different reason then.
I don't think so. I remember he is my guy, but I don't remember. He is my. He is my rival, but I just don't remember why he's my rival. Something happened a little while ago that made him a rival. Oh, I stole his serfs. That's what it is.
Ah, that'll do it.
Yes.
You know,
thank you,
those-
Nerdy Gaming Inc. for the follow, by the way.
Those infamous Byzantine serfs that
Indeed.
definitely existed.
Of course. Well, I think, to be honest, when I compare her stats to, you know, let's, versus most of my wife's stats, we're gonna do that. Interesting. There's a war going on. Hey, cool, my allies arrived.
Nice, and they have
Not
a
sure
lot
why
of troops.
there's why my enemies are doing things. No. What the heck?
Oh dear.
Supposedly, like, this is supposed to be seduction schemes are supposed to be incredibly broken in this game, but I also
I
don't.
mean, they were broken in CK2 also.
Also, though, he's my son. That breaks several everythings.
Yeah.
That. Why is my ally just like bouncing around awkwardly? Luckily, I should win this war before he wins this, and he's a hostile army, but he's not an enemy army, so hopefully. I don't think I beat him, but I should be able to win this war first and claim this land before the Normans get in the way. Okay.
Oh,
The king of Wallachia needs an ally. Okay, sure. We'll add another war, because apparently yes, enforce my demands.
just add more on.
Perfect. Got it. The Holy War for the Walaya of Chania. To the heartless Nikitas, damn your 7th grandfather, you're a much greater foe than I imagined. Okay. Shut up, Ibn Umar has done things. And thank you, Nerdy Gaming Inc. for the follow, or for the subscription. I appreciate that a whole lot. Anyway, okay. We gain 50 devotion, and we get more of that, and please stop being a... Oh, okay. So we'll only get half of Crete. Okay, meanwhile,
Fun fact, the Normans were one of the reasons why the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Catholics grew apart.
Yep, look, these guys aren't Normans, they're Lombards, but... we are still going to disband these guys for a bit, because it will... Yeah, it's only 2 months before I can raise them again, but that still is probably faster than having them sail all the way back to try and do something up here. I don't know where I'm even going. Yeah, I just have them walk way the hell up here. I think he's probably got it under control, actually, given that the defenders are... Yeah, it's this one guy rebelling against the rest of Wallachia.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're gonna win that.
And I think he's got it under control, actually. And we now have incorporated another place in here, which is neat. Sadly, we don't have the oomph to be able to... We are not faithful, so we can't actually go after this. Why did you pull out your sword, my guy? Okay, they're just leaving. Or they're doing weird sailing in circles? I don't know what they're doing, but I don't super care. Anyway, oof, it is time. As I think all of you know, my equipment is not the best. in the world. So I
Time to
actually
change ice
have a
packs.
super special cooling known as ice packs, and it is time to change those out. So I'm going to run a 60-second ad break here while we are on pause. We will actually back all the way out here so it doesn't scroll. 60-second ad break, and then I will be back with another 2 hours or so of this. Okay, 3, 2, 1, here we go. Okay, and are we back? And Reed, are you still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
Perfect. We live.
I did look up the earliest start date, and sadly, we don't get the iconoclastic controversies in this game, but
Nope.
it would have been a fun.
We in the game right now, we can only start in 867 or 1066, which are two extremely arbitrary days to start. But that's okay. Indeed. He sadly was not swayed by us, but yeah, he still doesn't like us much. That's sad. Meanwhile, I want to check for my children to see if they have more kids. My son and heir has no kids right now. How frustrating. She's only 3, but I do wish he would get something soon. Oh well.
Yeah, I gotta have the dynasty go on.
Yeah, luckily we are okay on that front because we just are. With having 2 sons and at least 1 kid, well, the dynasty might do weird things, but we should at least be okay on it surviving. Why are there people fighting in my land?
Looks like the Lombards are up to
Up
their
to
usual
no good.
shenanigans.
Speaking of which, we can actually ransom some people now.
Oh, that's good. Extra money for...
It is
further
absolutely
conquest.
money. And low county control here. Oh yeah, because of course we would. Council. Increase control in county. There. And it's weird that I have so few of them. Okay, I can actually do a holy war on... I need another thing faithful there. Holy war for the county, but which county? Sultan Ahmad. So it'll take me farther down here.
Yes. Go and fight
But that's
all of these.
a huge mistake. Cause yeah. That is bad. We can also, the one that we've been kind of working on here is roughly comparable, but if we do that, we absolutely just want to wait up until we can get, firstly, all of our guys to recover, but more importantly, enough money to hire mercs. So we will be not engaging in war for a while, and hopefully we will get some bonuses. Oh, we took a
And
kid hostage. Wow, we are terrible people.
do you ever play a good person in the game? Is it always just villains?
Theoretically. Who are you? Why would you be offering... Okay, he is my vassal. That turned out fine. I can ransom you. Let's ransom you. Because that's more money, which I just need. And we are working on this. The control is 7. That is quite low, as it turns out. But it's slowly climbing again, so...
That's
we should end up okay eventually, and... Amira... What? It expired. Why did I... Okay, the neighbor won that, which means he no longer exists, right? Huh. Despite my spouse's poor leadership skill, I just gained a bunch of prestige. But I don't know what I can, actually... Wait, Duke Niketas, pause, please. Versus you are... Actually, yeah, that works out kind of... Wait a minute. Okay. You are the county... He's the guy I'm about to go to war on. No!
You sure you don't want that alliance?
It's hard to go to war against someone I'm allied with.
Just a little bit.
But these guys are all fine at that. Again, where I would want you to be is not where you are. I would wish him to become clerical so I could, you know, Bishop Pascal would not be bad. But can't do that for reasons. Anyway, by and large, like, I don't really know what to make of the court system here, because in some ways, like, this obviously makes sense, that these are all things that are needed. Basically, stewards being a greater version of a castellan, marshals, etc. But... Oh, I see. At the same time, some of these things feel either incredibly simplistic or downright kind of fantasy medieval, of this is what a court should look like instead of what it actually looks like. And in fact, the overall court here, with only 2 guests and then a bunch of random courtiers, I would expect way more guests all the time. And also, this court feels like it's kind of in a spot in Abydos, which is just not how that works. My granddaughter was taken prisoner. No.
I mean, pretty much a lot of courts traveled around. It wasn't a set place.
Exactly. Almost all of them are. Okay, Holy War for the County of Constanza. Where is that? Can I go to location? I mean, I need to accept, but where? I am in a lot of wars that are all bad, so I'm just not participating. Okay, it is just there. I guess I can raise my guys and join that. That seems fine.
You could.
Oh no, it's more prestige, not that I actually need it. And since it's...
So was this a defensive holy war or an offensive?
That was a defensive holy war. Why are we traveling overland? What?
Makes so much sense.
So
Well,
I
I'm
joined.
assuming the Tengri are fully warring them.
Hard to say. Oh yes, Crusader. Let's go to the Faith Sphere. It's really hard to say. It might be these guys. Is this something we know like
Oh,
anything about?
as far as I know, we don't know much about them. I'm gonna do a few searches just to make sure on that point, but I honestly,
Wait, these will be the Magyars, aren't they? Um, let me
yeah,
check
that
that.
would be, I believe.
Yeah, this okay. Yeah, because it says Uralic, which is the one that makes me go hmm. Because
Yeah, that's
Hungarian
not.
being debated whether it should be Finno-Uralic, linguistically or not, or if it's actually an isolate. It's neat. Okay. No, yeah, Holstein are still separate places. Interesting. This level of like duchy title is super cool. Though where is? Okay, it's wanting Paris to be in the Duchy of Valois. Okay, that's fine. Aragon and roughly fine. These are a lot of what would become the Taifa kingdoms in a while. And it looks like they're probably using assigned heraldry for the Taifa kingdoms, but they don't actually bust apart for another little over a century. So they're just making them dukedoms, though. They will eventually go capish and be a bunch of separate things.
And I have done a few searches, and yes, the knowledge that we know about that comes mostly from either neo-pagan groups who are trying to revive it, or just we don't know too much about them.
Yep, that's pretty much as expected for everyone ever.
Yeah,
We'll let
vaguely
time
shamanistic,
yeah,
and that's it.
what a shock. Vaguely shamanistic is kind of a description of everyone ever.
Yes, and that is why I hate the term.
Yep. I don't know. Architect isn't super. None of those are super helpful, actually. Well, we'll go golden obligations because we can get Hergild as the next perk for this before we eventually maybe switch to something else. I don't know.
Gotta get that money.
Gotta get that money, because money is by far it is far and away the one that spins back and forth the most, and that I just need the most of all the time. Okay, yes, I'll join that too. We are on our way, guy. Money is pretty great, as it turns out. Where are my people? There they are. They're walking. Where are we actually going to? We actually need to go to the Rome's. The Bulgarian Orthodox uproar. I have no idea which war this is or what on earth is happening. Holy War for the County of Constanta has ended.
That's the one you were fighting.
I'm fighting like 5 of them. Oh, the Bulgarian Orthodox. Okay, these were the same war. But we just started a new war. I think. Yeah, right here.
Independence.
So we should just head over here. Even though we're probably not in a great point there. Anyway.
Looks like Bulgaria took most of Hungary while you weren't looking.
Uh-huh. So, we, A lowly napper has been stealing from my household. The woman cowers before me, sniveling about hungry children and mercy in the name of Saint Joseph. And I don't know what I actually I don't know what I would do with a strong hook on this person. I don't really know how to do a lot with strong hooks in general, but she's a nobody. She's a total nobody. She's got pretty good
Yeah,
stats, she's just a nobody.
it's not something you can really take advantage of.
Yeah, in prison. Hopefully we don't get into a fight right there. We did get into a fight right there. What? No, my heir died.
Oh no.
Oh, was slain in battle. Okay, he wasn't murdered, he died in the fight right then. That's okay. It happens. My other guy has been... Okay, no, he's just... My super good guy had got injured there. Okay, let's pause again and double check our issue on our player there. Yeah, because we got dunked on then. So we might actually want to disband once they retreat. Because, yeah. Ally combatant's slain. Ally combatant's captured. I'll have to ransom him, I think. Cause no, he's not anybody. Okay. Oh.
Also, I will just quickly
just
interject.
That's a problem. Yes.
Saint Joseph, although venerated in Orthodox Christianity, is not one of the major saints. Well, kind of a major saint since he was married to the Theotokos, but from my knowledge and experience, he's not one that's usually called upon. It's much more prominent in Catholic churches.
Oops, and I completely forgot I was in a faction, and it seems to have gotten a bit whoops.
Oh wow, your faction really dropped down in power.
Also, my physician must have died. Because, for some reason, I don't have one of those anymore. Let me see if I can appoint someone. If anyone has... anything resembling physicianal skills? No. No, they do not. Awkward.
Anyone have any high learning?
We will need to start that search, and just kind of hope that's fine. My guys are probably running away once they resume. Yeah, they're running all the way back to my lands, which is good. Okay, so interesting. We have some options here. You are an astute intellectual with a quadrillion learning, so not a bad choice.
Sounds pretty good.
Or we have a Tengri Bulgar who showed up and is a wise woman with much less learning, but
miracle worker.
no, just wise.
Oh, just wise.
Or we can hire on this guy with his 22 learning, which is pretty huge. So we'll do that, even though that's more money that went poof. Annoyingly. Can I disband this army, please? Cannot disband while in enemy territory. Makes sense. Because, yeah, he lost, my ally lost, and so there's no point in worrying about that. So I'll just disband.
Yeah, probably not.
All of these wars don't matter. I'm just going to ignore them all for a long time. And that'll be okay.
What's the state of the world in right now?
That's a good question. Let's look at the state of the world. East Francia and Lotharingia are beating each other up and are also going against... Actually... Ooh, did we lose... Did we just lose control of... No, we still have control of chunks of Italy. Good.
Oh yeah, East Francia owning Italy is a little cursed there, but
You mean West Francia?
West Francia, sorry,
Yeah.
misspoke.
The Lombards appear to have been a little bit too effective while being technically underneath Charles the Bald. Which is wild.
Sweden's a thing. That's pretty neat.
Sweden has become a thing. That is theoretically, this is kind of accepting the legendary histories of Sweden and its kind of refounding under Björn Ironside as one of the sons of Ragnar Lothbrok at face value, which is as always a questionable thing to do, because realistically Sweden of this much control, because knows Västergötland is freaking tiny here.
Yeah, it's very small.
So instead of being the Svear and the Götar being their two different groups, they've just already created a Sweden. So this is definitely dipping into legendary narratives about Sweden more than historical reality. But historically speaking, we can't necessarily speak of a unified big Sweden, incorporating Västergötland and Småland, or at least part of Småland, until 1250. So yeah, it's a choice. Sure, it's a choice. I don't know that it's a good choice, but it's one. Oh, actually, something else weird happened here, I think. Nope, okay. Schleswig... There is actually a war going on right now, which is a little bit early, but where Schleswig and Holstein are doing things, where they, probably don't want to. Because that is a war, who is that? Valdemar the First in 1150, tries to fight the Holy Roman Empire and loses. But that's way too early for that. So yeah, Scandinavia's kind of jank looking, but that is kind of just choosing to accept legendary sources, which is a fine choice. There's nothing inherently evil and bad and wrong about that, but it is a choice that is worth acknowledging. But the division to Sealand and Jylland as kind of the two big powers is right. Though, Fön would kind of switch hands quite regularly. Also, the Kattegat is currently owned by Sealand, which is weird. It's supposed to... I think the reason for... Yeah, is because it's Sigurður Ormr versus... who, also being a son of Ragnar Lothbrok, and grandson of Sigurður Fafnisbani. Hint, this guy's pretty well fictional. It's okay that he owns the Kattegat. A little bit more. Okay. And this is still Bergred. Cool. So we just haven't... And, yep, still is Ethelred instead of Alfred, I guess. Sure. Though, odd. Alfred isn't... Did Alfred die?
Maybe.
Because who's
Can
the...
you check Ethelred?
That's Dorset is Earl Athelwulf. Let's check Athelwulf, see. Parents, yeah. Alfred the Great died.
Wonderful.
Rip that guy. history just went pretty jank, and a bunch of fanboys of Alfred the Great just got very angry. Luckily, we don't care about them, so let's keep going.
We're down in the Byzantine Empire, chilling,
Exactly.
having a nice time.
And also, Alfred the Great's reputation is overblown anyway. What are our issues? Still low county control. What is our county control here? 31. Are we still working on... Cool. Nice. That should help a lot with really good popular opinion. Huh.
I do like the new popular opinion and county control mechanics. I think that improves a lot.
So I wonder how these factions are doing. There's a lot of factions against our liege. Oh good, this one's growing stronger. The Greek Mualadi populists are not going to do well. They're a bunch of rabble. But...
Yes, the infamous Greek Mualadi.
Exactly.
That... those
Totally
two things are definitely...
existent things. Is there a reason for me to do that? Like... I don't understand, like, what's the point of me actually trying to, imprison people?
If they have some cash, they can pay the ransom.
Yeah, that's true. But with a 40% chance of success, that's not optimal.
No, that's not.
Wow, and I am having really bad luck at swaying my, Basileus. Okay. Good times. Council. You are still working on that? Yeah, you're still working on that. Okay.
Robin says you can ransom, force conversion, and get a hook on them. So
Fair enough.
all good options if they actually have influence.
If they're any good at anything, yeah. Pretty much, Basil seems to be losing all of pretty much everything, which is neat. Oh yeah, look at that Greek culture.
Great. You know, the self-described Greeks during that time certainly wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah. There's some really good things here, there's a lot of really questionable things here.
Russian being a unified culture? I have some questions about that.
There's some questionable things. Let's check out what their actual realms are in that. Oh yes, this clearly Russian name of Knugarther, led by Yar Halfdan.
I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly a Russian name.
Apparently Rus culture is, yeah, clearly a unified entity.
Yes, definitely ignore the fact that in the modern day, who is Rus and who is Russian is definitely not a political sticking point for a lot of people.
Oh yeah, that definitely has no politics involved at all. And Robin, my best bet for that is it makes you feel good if you have the sadistic trait. As to what the point of torture is. That's about all I can figure out. Cause yeah, not really a super useful point. Okay, so I am getting 2.8 every month-ish. But let's just go at speed.
Yeah.
Zoom, 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 we fast.
Once you get enough money, you get those mercs, and you can beat up your neighbor.
Okay, what actually happened there? I can declare war down there and lose. I can declare war on this guy and lose. Similar. Okay. Oh, because he has no knights. But I would still lose. Because my 10 knights are probably not ideal. I guess I could try and create one more regiment of guys here. Oh yes, let us create pikes in the that's a choice. 9th
The
century pikemen.
9th century. Oh no. Do you want to give a quick little history on the pikes?
They're a really late development. Basically, pikes emerge in, I think, the 14th century, but really rise to prominence in the 15th. Well, the idea of using a spear against a horse is by no means unusual, and in fact is pretty much the common thing. The idea of this big forest of very long spears emerges pretty late in the Middle Ages, partly as a response to technological upgrades with increasingly armored cavalry, but also partly is associated with the professionalization, because you can create wandering mercenary companies, which is what the Swiss pikemen that eventually become the Vatican Guard were originally, that would be really good at, need fairly little training, fairly low cost to equip, and end up being really effective against elite cavalry armies. And so, really, you see them rise to prominence in Italy first, and then elsewhere pretty quickly after, because, yeah, arguably, I guess you could say that this is countering or meant to represent some kind of either shield wall or infantry square. Though, but armored footmen would do that better. Because in general, through most of the time, cavalry, if they just charge straight at a block of infantry, cavalry lose every time. So, it is a really silly idea that we can create a regiment of pikemen in the 9th century. Anyway, I just raised a thing of light horsemen because, of course, that's who did I click on? Oh yeah, I wanted to check. My player air is now this guy. Wait, what? I thought he died. I thought he was the one who died. Okay, it was the other one who died. Damn it. That is more frustrating because he was the one married to the person who is incredibly good. Oh, I do have 2 granddaughters. How are they doing? Wow, she's turning out already amazing. Holy crap.
Oh.
Anyway, nope. You, educate child. Didn't want me to become the... Did not want me to do that. I want to make someone else do that. Could make her be... do that, but who's the... Let's do that. Let's get the coordinate physician to do it. Okay. And who else? What else? Well, it's annoying that he still doesn't have any kids. It's actually really annoying. Still has plenty.
It was a few years, but
Yeah.
it would be nice if he could.
It would be
get some.
quite nice. Anyway, let's go check the son here. Did I at least pick up the... Yeah, she picked up the genius stat. So, at a whole 2 years old, she's already better than some of these other people. And she picked up intelligence, so... Both of those kids are going to turn out amazing, so I halfway hope that, things go terribly wrong, and I end up being in charge of playing as one of them, because they'll be good.
That would be ideal.
But at the same time, can you adopt anyone? No? I don't need to do that at all, so... Low county control is still here. It's getting better though. Okay. And our levies are doing better, so... If we declare war now, off of this fabricated claim. They're still similar. He has theoretically has a lot of levies, but I don't know if I could call in any. Okay, I can call in him as an ally, and hopefully it would be okay. Well, you can call in you. Okay. I still
An
wouldn't.
ally in the war would definitely help.
Yeah. That may be worth doing now, actually. Because getting more territory is needed, and I'm already 50, or no, that's not me. I'm already 60 years old, so I don't expect to live a whole lot longer.
Yeah, press that claim while you have it, more or less.
Agreed. War declared, and stop it. Call on my ally, will accept. What? Why can I not? Do not lead aside in independence war. Huh?
I think
you do that. Okay, yes. I just need to select the right war.
Gotcha.
Turns out that helps. We'll raise these armies, and oh, we're paused right now. Let's depause and slow the way the hell down. Ta-da! Of course they should join this war. Okay. Now, we don't have nearly enough money, but we also are losing everything. Okay, you are... Are you still injured? No, you're fine. Sweet. Okay. So if we take this army and merge them... Well, let's merge to there. Hopefully we'll be okay. We'll see. We should end up meeting right here, so... This'll be close.
Yeah, it's a pretty big army.
It's pretty much just a numbers game, and well, we're doing okay. We're actually doing
pretty
really
well
quite
so far.
well, all said and done, but not amazingly. I think we still lose it in the end. Right at the very end we lose it. No, we win! Holy crap. Oh, no, they got reinforcements.
Oh dear, no.
We were doing so well too.
Almost had it.
But our allies are on their way, which should help. As long as they actually, don't besiege here. If I could get you to, help. Because my guys are just retreating and, My steward
Looks
died
like they're
again.
going.
Steward needs... Why did my steward die?
You've been losing a lot of counselors.
I've been losing a lot of counselors. It's probably because they're both knights.
Yeah, that might explain it a little bit.
They are knights, but then they are also... can I ask you to help instead of besieging the other town? Please? I don't have enough money to do anything resembling that. Okay. Yes, that's... He's already done that, right? Yeah, okay. Oh good, he should actually be walking in now. Right at the very end, please arrive. Please. Yeah, they arrived. Perfect.
Nice.
That was close. That was extremely close.
But now you can beat them back and win this war.
Really? It only takes 3 years? Amazingly angry.
Oh yes, these people unfamiliar with any Irish culture can definitely do it in 3 years.
Let's go here, because they're all retreating. We can just stack on top, doom stack with our other guy, and it would be fine.
Nice.
That was really close. Which war is mine here? Oh, I'm in independence. What? Odd. I am confused as to what this war is.
I think the Independence War is the one in Wallachia.
Caliphate. Yeah, it is. Okay. Why is this my war? I don't... Can I just wipe peace? No. Think. Okay. Ally combatant slain. Okay. Huh. Focused recruitment. Nice. That's handy.
Oh, and
good.
since
It just
Leander
ended,
brought
so
up...
problem solved.
Perfect. Leander brought up the Crusades. The Crusades are often, at least in study of Orthodox history, are often seen as like the final nail in the coffin for the Catholic versus Orthodox divide. Because even up until those points, they were still kind of friendly, even if they did fight every few years. And it was the Crusades that set up, rather than Greek patriarchs in the East, they set up their own Latin patriarchs and kind of kicked out the Greeks. And that really cemented a lot of hard feelings for each other. And so they really stopped seeing each other as the same church at that point.
Amazing. That's not good.
Oh dear, smallpox.
A curse of death has fallen upon my court. A case of smallpox has been discovered. But my daughter-in-law has been, Send for a physician, please. Additionally, I want to raise, you have no... Okay. So, what are our options here? We've got this guy who is actually not... has decent learning, but is not a physician. You are a mastermind philosopher? And you are the same one trained in other things. Let's actually go... let's do that, I guess. Even though that's not what I actually necessarily wanted. Okay, this siege should be fine, because I should win this siege first, and then can rescue myself. Oh boy.
As long as your
yeah.
allies join in.
As long as my allies come and help, yes. Oh boy. Okay. Drastic measures. It worked! Okay, did I finish this siege? Yes, I did. Odd. Okay,
Looks like they're running from you.
They are running from me, and I don't know why they're running.
I can think of a few reasons why.
I mean, technically yes, but luckily we caught up to them. Even though we're actually losing guys way faster. 36 in enemy's favor for no obvious reason, but that's fine. Oh, another faction created against... oh, the Greek Ashari populists. Speaking of which, I wonder how my faction's doing. My faction sucks. That's fine. We can go there, I guess? No, you go there. Because we gotta besiege more places. Generally do this. I kind of like that the real way you win these wars is through sieges. But there still is this focus on this kind of numbers game doom stack. Oh, well,
yeah, that numbers game.
Because my daughter-in-law died. And more people have smallpox. And my wife wants to trade smallpox, so that's fine. Anyway, my heir is currently unmarried, which means I don't know if I can get married to the person,
hopefully someone else will give up too. Oh, okay,
yeah, my... There we go. I'm gonna marry him to my, other kid's wife.
Perfect.
Which is probably not ideal, but I really want those congenital traits in the snail era.
Yeah, it's not ideal in many senses of that.
I'm
but
sure it's fine.
Yeah, but CK2 had a big problem with just getting a big doom stack of troops together.
Yeah,
And so
it still doom stacks, and there's even, it looks like they even simplified battles farther, so there's basically like no way to influence it on a tactical level. It is really just doom stack.
yeah, sadly that seems to be a lot of Paradox games, but there are some good points in Paradox
Really, I lost
strategy.
my Spy Master. Frustrating. Generally bad news.
Wasn't the Spy Master also the sister-in-law, or am I thinking of the different?
No, I
Spy
think you were
Master?
right. Oh no. I might recruit. No, you have smallpox. There's no point in me doing that when you're about to die. You are bad, you are bad. What? Oh, good. Okay, gosh. I don't know.
Anyone half decent to just fill the role?
I don't want to get someone too crap. I'll recruit you, because that's cheap, and I can assign you and you're okay. Finally, we are safe of that. And you are actually working on that siege. Am I working on a siege anymore, or do I not have the oomph to do that?
I think you sieged it down already?
Oh, did I already beat it? Huh. I guess I'll make myself the commander of this army. Yeah, I did. Okay.
That's a risky move.
It is a little bit, but at the same time, I don't really have a... Oh wait, I can win this war now. I should just do that. It is risky, but it's also fine. Cool. And I can actually now just disband. No problem. No problem
Perfect.
at all. The army.
The realm expands.
The realm does expand. And I'm pretty sure I've got a problem of low county control there. Kanye's is fine. Yeah, let's switch the council over to... it's only 18 months left. It can wait. And yeah, our realm title says we're doing pretty good. So, such good news there. Let's see. Yeah, the making yourself the commander of your army is of course a little bit risky, but in this time period, I don't know about in the Byzantine Empire, but certainly in Western Europe, would be fine. Oh cool.
So,
it's actually...
admittedly, I don't know much about warfare during this period, but I often hear it said that like nobles weren't really killed, but more captured during battle.
Yep.
Is that true?
That is super duper true. It is pretty rare. Casualties in general are actually reasonably low in the Middle Ages, partly because army sizes are just smaller, but also because most battles did not result in huge numbers of casualties. But particularly nobles, there is a really heavy focus on capturing them, taking their horse, taking their armor, and then selling them back to them, basically. And so, a battle like Crécy in the 100 Years' War, where a lot of nobles died, is really unusual and quite heavily frowned upon. In that case, it's because after the battle, some of the soldiers went around and killed some of the defeated nobles. Which, what was that? What would that be? Prince Edward was not thrilled about that. But at the same time, there is an expectation for nobility and even for kings in certainly Western Europe. I don't know about. Huh. Good job, guy. I don't know so much about in. Words. I'm less certain about the Eastern Roman Empire, but there in Western Europe there is, which as we've already seen, the mechanics are really heavily favored of.
Very geared towards Western Europe.
Yes, and so it's fine to say that there is an expectation in the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th centuries, really starts to change in the 13th, that kings do fight in the van or in the central part of the army. You'd assign commanders to elsewhere, but the king is part of the army and is the one leading it. This is something that gets debated a little bit. So, in the early 12th century, one of the two kings of Norway, Sigurður Jorsalafari, led a crusade personally to the Holy Land in between the First and Second Crusades, basically. And his brother Eystein stayed and ruled Norway. When they come back, they have this huge argument about, well, you should have done this, you should have done that. It is bad for you to abandon our people to go off and do this crusade, versus I am fighting for their souls by going on crusade, it is good. And so it's actually an object of some debate as to, wars that are, how those wars worked and what is actually going on there.
And also another great example about how religion plays into all forms of life.
Absolutely.
Him fighting for the souls of Norway, basically, by going on crusade.
Yes. It is absolutely an example of that. And, the king is the one doing that. Arguably, show that through quote-unquote piety, but also through just action, codifying that network of actions into a stack called piety that you can spend. It sure is a choice.
Yeah. The chat did point out that there are kind of levels of devotion, but at the same time, again, making that a currency, I feel, turns the religion more into a tool than a part of life, it feels like. But
I agree. Wow.
But
so
of course, it is a game, so...
It is a game, and you do need to simplify somewhere. But we can still nitpick about it.
So what were you saying? Sorry.
Oh, no, I finished.
Oh, I thought I interrupted somewhere.
Nope.
Yes, very much Pokecoin is what Matt is saying in the chat.
Popcoin! I can negotiate an alliance with King Lubomir, but not necessarily a good idea. Low county, we should be almost done. Okay, at least he likes me more than he doesn't. Ooh, a thing. Far from home. How far from home is far from home? Lives in Rhodes. So, actually not that far. Has no family. A stranger is brought before me. She has been waiting outside the castle gates for a week, my liege. The woman bows deeply. My name is Gunduz, your highness. I have traveled far and wide, I have seen many things, but I am weary of the road. If you allow me to stay, I will happily share my knowledge of the world with you and Beer. Oh, she's the one that has tried to join his court position like 4 times. Hilarious.
She's just stuck around in Anatolia waiting for you to hire her.
Let's take a look at what, I mean, the Bulgar culture. Let's take a look at what it's got. Part a Turkic culture,
How
which
do
is
you feel about the technology being tied to the culture?
it's. I don't know, to be honest. I don't super like it, cause I wouldn't think uh, what stuff you know how to make is an integral part of what a culture is. Uh, and what I mean by that is very much that, like, for Norse culture, even though they imported Arabic coins and steel from Damascus and sword designs from Francia and silver from elsewhere and uh, spices from the Dar al Islam and all of that, and some of that included technology. Writing was in the rune Elder Futhark and then Younger Futhark after it may have been derived from the Etruscan alphabet, and the Latin alphabet was introduced when they Christianized, and all of that doesn't really break apart the or contradict cultural values. It just changes what shows up in the material culture, though not the symbolic nature or the symbolic purposes of those items. So
Yeah,
it's definitely, I don't know. Well, there is clearly differences in what technologies people have and do. It feels like it's conflating a couple of terms that overlap but are not easily reconcilable with each other.
yeah. Like you said, there was a lot of interaction that led to cultural elements being passed around almost. And so it's a little hard to represent that as technology, more or less.
Yeah. That being said, this tech tree is frustrating because, firstly, tribal, early medieval, high medieval, late medieval. Why is tribal the first one?
Absolutely no idea.
Predates the emergence of codified laws and an institutionalized government.
It sounds
Huh.
like they're trying to say primitive, but without saying the word.
Yeah, sure does. And the things that make you stop being that is developing a modern Bailey castle, and barracks, and quilted armor, and the onager, and crop rotation, and the casus belli.
Clearly the hallmarks of civilization, but there's a lot of yikes there.
Or woot steel as a thing that will make you medieval. Okay, well, you have to be in India for that. That's a regional one, but still,
Mhm.
I'm I'm not a fan of that. And then the Tengri religion, once again, esotericism, ancestor
Oh, the
worship, and
Tangri.
sky burials.
Sky burials are actually quite interesting, so I'm glad that they still keep them around. But again, I now that I'm focusing on it more, I think esotericism they're also shoving in there as like a stand-in for shamanism without saying shamanism,
Yep.
because I don't know why Tangrism would have esoterism.
Yeah, and that makes way more sense with the kind of wise man, mystic, miracle worker things.
Definitely.
Uh, if that is supposed to be kind of either ascetics or hermits that know more than other people by virtue of pondering and study.
Not quite what esotericism is, but
Yep, yep. Which I think also maybe if they're saying esotericism means hermits, would explain why some of the Christian ones that have it do.
orthodoxy itself, like focusing back on orthodoxy, it's
Mm-hmm.
mysticism at least emerges as a very big part in Orthodox theology. Like with the Hesychast movement in the 13th century is when the big debate got started, but there are proto-Hesychast theologians from this time it is very much focused on a mystical experience and something that could be considered, under their definition, esotericism. So it's very odd seeing it as like a stand-in for shamanism, and also compared to actual like Western European esotericism, it seems very odd to just shove it into other cultures as hermit or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. It just, it's what they seem to be doing, but I definitely don't like it. Uh, Especially,
Like,
like, I'm curious for, like, quote unquote, Alcitru. Uh, if they. Nope, they don't mention that at all. Uh, though I am.
they got the good old
Huh.
human sacrifices, which were
A thing,
don't work like that, but
but yeah, yeah,
and
the.
also warmonger as a tenant of a religion.
Uh huh,
That's
uh huh, uh huh. It's super yikes.
yeah, I don't.
Also,
Yeah, but human
no.
sacrifice,
Why are these
or
criminal?
very
Have
true.
you ever read the mythological texts? If you're basing it off of those, how on earth are you getting deviancy as criminal?
I have no
Kinslaying, okay,
idea.
I'm okay with. Why is witchcraft criminal? What the heck?
Considering that Odin was somewhat associated with
With
magic, if I'm
Sather,
remembering
yeah,
right, of course. Yeah,
yeah.
very odd.
Also, another one, theocratic. Instead of being lay. The term Godi, which
Oh,
means
yes.
chieftain in the later period, originally has a religious component. And so there's a bunch of places called Hof or temple that were kind of central seats for chieftains because there wasn't a difference. The lay head is the spiritual head of the local community.
But how can they shoehorn in feudalism into this clearly different society if they don't make it theocratic?
But you have the option. There is the option to make lay priests.
Yeah, I have no idea. Also, human sacrifice just for more piety is not quite how it works,
Yeah,
at least in cultures I'm familiar with.
yeah, it's not how it works in Norse either.
With
Also, the like rate for captives, a prisoner that then you just murder, is also not how execution or how sacrifices work.
no, in
Most of the time, maybe, probably.
of course, different time period that I'm going to describe, but in Canaanite mythology and in ancient Canaanite religion, human sacrifice we know was practiced, and it was most likely done in desperate situations where people didn't really have much of another option, and so they thought, I'm going to give up something that is important to me to receive a benefit of some kind. Like if there was a long-standing drought and all the crops are failing and people are going to start starving very soon, they might sacrifice someone to try to reverse that. It's just not for more piety, it's like to avert a crisis for them.
Mm-hmm. Uh, so, yeah, it's different in Norse, where it definitely there is some evidence of human sacrifice for ritualized purposes as a kind of both demonstration of power for a Gothi against a rival elite that has been defeated, that you could sacrifice them in a particularly brutal and shameful way. And that would be a political statement, but also as a religious one. If you trust Adam of Bremen's description of the sacrifices at Uppsala, then that seems to just be a sacrificing dogs, horses, cattle, and people as part of some kind of religious rite. He assigns it to tripartite Odin, Thor, and Freyr, but we should not take Adam of Bremen at face value.
Yeah.
By the way,
when
here's a
religion.
fun one that makes me scream. The Eastern Roman Empire, in the end of the 9th century, is still tribal.
What? Excuse me. There's what? I
This era is not available until 900 AD. The early medieval era sees the emergence of professional administrators and a number of important innovations. Oh no! Allowing a culture to exit the Dark Ages. They said the words.
Oh no.
They said the words. The Dark Ages don't exist. Chat, the Dark Ages are a completely fake thing. The term is coined by Petrarch to say, oh look, this is a bad, awful time that we live in compared to the glory of classical Rome.
Yeah.
But
Chad,
it tries to get...
if there's going to be one thing you take away from this, Dark Ages don't exist.
Yeah, it tries to get reclaimed in the 19th century to mean, oh, we just don't have a lot of sources. This is also fake. We have plenty of sources, and we find more pretty much all the time as we kind of redefine what a source means and how we can use them. And also we just find more sources. We have plenty of sources to get a pretty good idea. Not as much as, in the 12th century or the Carolingian Renaissance, which, by the way, the Carolingian Renaissance is already, pretty much done, because, Charlemagne and Louis the Pious already did their things. So, even if you take Western Europe, post-migration period, up into late Merovingian Francia, as quote-unquote dark, we should be over a century out of that.
Oh dear, that's...
In the Eastern Roman Empire, this makes literally no sense because, by the way, Constantinople has the Hagia Sophia, the Theodosian walls, the Theodosian walls, the thickest walls in the city, and mansions, and nothing else. Ignore the fact that Constantinople is the largest city in Europe by a lot. In fact, really the largest city top 3 largest cities in the world in the 9th century. I don't know, what would it be in China at this point? 9th century, that's Tang Dynasty, so what would be Nanjing, I think, would be comparable in size, and I think there's one in India that's big, but Constantinople is bigger than Alexandria. It's bigger than Rome. It's bigger than anything north of the Alps by a lot. It's bigger than Baghdad. So yeah, and it has this incredibly organized set of bureaucrats that are helping manage both the city, the surrounding farmland, and the entire rest of the empire. But no, tribal.
Yes. Literally...
Would it be Chang'an? Yeah, that would make sense.
Literally the Eastern Roman Empire that still is around, technically tribal. Makes sense.
It still is the Roman Empire. Let's go back to looking at this Greek nonsense. But yeah, no, apparently they are still working on the Casus Belli as a development, and can barely make modern Bailey castles with the Theodosian walls.
Oh.
Yeah,
boy,
that sure is a choice. I'm mad. I didn't realize that they did that, and I'm super mad. Oh yeah, we haven't invented coinage yet.
Because clearly they didn't have...
The giant numbers of coins coined by Justinian 2 centuries and some change earlier, clearly those don't exist. That's fake news.
So coinage was still a thing even in Western
It was in fact a thing. It was always a thing. Let's see, we have a coin from... Actually, I think we have a coin coined by Alfred the Great, who is regrettably dead, from 882-ish. that, you know, is the one that is based, the seal in the trailers for AC Valhalla that Alfred the Great signs is actually a coin from his reign, which is right around this time period. So, neat. It's
Oh,
This is infuriating, to be honest. This is a stupid tech tree that fails to represent any of the complexities of the development, even in the France, the, the part of France that pretty much all the mechanics of this game are built around. This does not describe it well at all.
that just doesn't work.
That just doesn't work.
And I'd also hate to think about what this means for like multicultural kingdoms at the time, where they have to pick one culture and advance that only that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Why would cataphracts not be available to the Greeks? In the cultural and regional thing.
Oh boy.
Why would a cataphract, which is a Byzantine heavy cavalry, not be available to the Greek culture as they define it, i.e. the Romani, i.e. the Eastern Roman Empire?
This is
That's a choice.
awful.
Oh boy,
Yes,
here's,
this is
here's
a
another
choice.
stupid word. Oh, okay. I
Oh
wonder.
no. Oh
Okay, I
no.
wonder if that's why. Is this just that we need to wait 18 more years and then we will get it? Because it's not. It does say we're in the right area, but just that it's not available.
I did see the words Reconquista on there
You
too.
did see the words Reconquista.
That's oh dear. That's
Yeah, that's bad. Well, this is the 10th century. Actually, earlier than that. The 9th century is when the idea of the. No, no, never mind. It is 10th. It is 10th century that we start to see the language of the Reconquista, of where the Spanish Christian kingdoms start harkening back to Visigothic Spain and going like, they were Christian, therefore all of Iberia is Christian. Rightly. And you start seeing a series of various wars within themselves, but also against the Umayyad Caliphate, and then after that splinters the different Taifa kingdoms in the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries, slowly pushing back and back. Pauses for a while when it's down to Granada as kind of the last big Nasrid Andalusian Umayyad group. Then in 1492, when the city of Granada falls to Ferdinand and Isabella, then that is kind of the end of the Reconquista. But this is not. It's a super problematic term in the fact that it was not a reconquest because none of the kingdoms were Visigothic. And so it is harkening back. It is a good example of the appropriation of nostalgia and history for contemporary political purposes, something that should be very familiar to all of us. And just throwing that word in problematically as a just cultural trait is super yikes, and I don't like that choice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I should. 4 months left there. Can declare war there. Okay. So, having been mad at that for a while, let's actually keep going, because we have not gone through very many years, and we've been going for almost 4 hours already.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten close to the Great Schism, so.
Yeah, we're not going to get to that this time. We're just going to turn up the
Good to
speed
see
as far as we
the
can.
Pelicans going strong there.
I'm shocked that our wars are doing better. Oh good, you finished that task. Okay, quick, council. Do that in Mysia. Okay, you can just assist the ruler, that's fine. Everyone still likes me? Yes, everyone still likes me. Good. But my daughter... I didn't know I had a daughter. Oh yeah. Yes. These guys
So-
don't super matter.
I
Anyway,
know some sub CK2, forgetting you had a daughter.
Yep. Cool. We still have... He still refuses to have a kid. Are you ace? Like, nope. Doesn't say that. You have 2 kids. You don't have an... No, you are... You're being educated by someone, right? Does it actually say? It actually... Relationships 1, guardian is there. Okay. Nice. Then... We should have you educate... Not by... I do not want to be educated there. Okay. Do you have 2 words? No. Okay. Alright, let's get going again. Low county control there, we're fixing that. Fixing that. Let's go back to the realm view. Huh.
Any other wars you want to start?
We're working on it. We'll fabricate a claim later. Weird. The Lombards got kicked out of Crete, and instead Achaia now actually controls it. So
Perfect.
I can
Now you can fight them for
more profit. Okay. We're getting more money. Let's actually start that claim fabrication while time ticks on here. Fabricate a claim on Achaia. Hopefully he does less bad. And how is this guy? This is doing better, okay? Thanks. Okay. That problem is done, that problem is done. We need to invite more of these guys then. If we only have 7, we need to invite some. There we go. And we are working towards distinguished there. We are almost faithful. And are you any good at stuff? Yeah, you're pretty good. Ooh. Interesting. Well, I can afford that. He is actually kind of amazing.
Ooh, that's pretty nice.
He happens
Great
to be
martial stats.
Sufri.
Oh, did they really make that its own
Yep,
separate thing?
Yep.
What?
sure did.
I'm sure TYO can go more into detail here, but wait, they don't even have the esotericism as a tenant. What? You had one job paradox, and oh, why do they even? Okay, it's very odd to see it as a separate faith there, because you can be Sunni or Shia and still be Sufi or belong to a Sufi order.
Uh-huh.
So having it as a separate faith obviously is a
Yeah.
big.
I'm not sure if this is supposed to be Sufi, or if as just like a blanket term for Sufi, or if it's as actually a different group. Okay, this is a different group.
Yes, it is. Oh, it's the. Yeah, I'm not gonna try pronouncing things, but yes, it is a different group. So
The Khariji.
anger subsides makes more sense.
Yes.
But I still think it's rather odd because, as far as I can tell, it's a very minor group, pretty much, and part of it is what went into the bodies, into the Abadi movement. But of course, there are people who have studied this more than me that would know more.
Yep, let's go court.
Uh,
Jesus,
glad they didn't make that
25
mistake.
martial.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's worth, even though he's expensive as all hell. Actually, I can recruit all 3 of these guys, I think. It'll cost me all of my money, but I want all of them. Because I was only at 7 anyway. Oh, I can ransom some of these guys. You cannot be ransomed. Can you be ransomed? No, that's for a favor. I want money. I want money.
It's all about money.
Negotiate a release? Nay. Okay, so I can do that with some of these, Are you actually... Are you any good? No. No, you're not. Ah, it doesn't actually matter then. Most of these guys, I think, don't matter all that much. Yeah, we're not gonna waste time futzing with that. Cause, yeah, there is very little point in futzing with it for too long. Let's keep going in the interest of getting 2 more time.
Yeah, we've gone a few years now.
Yep. And our military, we should have... We are known for our faith. Ta-da. We have 10 of the 10 there. And what is this new issue? What? How did you... You were not particularly good. Okay. Misguided warrior. Hilarious. Okay. Well, he did have a commander trait, but not all that important. Why are we not endorsed by the bishop? Why do you not like us? We will sway you instead of ending the sway of Basilia. Sway King Basil. But yes. Progress, or something. I can now suddenly ask for gold. Why could I not do that before? I don't know.
Are you asking your local bishop for gold?
What? No, it's asking the patriarch.
Oh, asking the... What? Why?
I can't even
That
afford
doesn't
that.
make... It doesn't make much sense in the context of orthodoxy, where all the bishops are still technically equal. But...
Yep, but I can ask Kyriakos III for the sake of all of my piety, which is fine. I actually don't mind that. Woof. And then next time, pray St. Matthew, here comes the tax refund. Which is a rough way of phrasing that.
Yeah.
They take a very modernist secular approach to some of these issues.
Yeah, reading some of the flavor text, it seems a very cynical look at religion almost.
Yeah,
That
I
it is
agree.
used for power and money.
I very much agree. I died.
Oh dear.
Ta-da! Duke Nikitas of the Aegean Islands found peace in Christ's embrace at 66 years of age. He died of old age. Known to be an exceptional strategist, he spent many of his days examining fields and drilling his troops. Duke Antimos ascends to the throne, an accomplished diplomat. Vassals and foreign rulers alike are sure to respect him. So, let's actually pause here, because luckily, since I am the only son and heir, I'm actually in a pretty good position.
Your father left you a centralized and decently expanded realm.
Exactly. Who are my powerful vassals that I need to... Nope, it's in realm. Powerful vassal who wants to be on the council. Good. You can be appointed to the council. Serapion of Pagea. Boink should make him pretty happy with me. And then I noticed in my realm or in my court I have no court position, so I want to see. Wow, this I need to remember that this guy is incredible at martial. He needs to be the commander of my army all the time.
Oh yeah, he's really, really good.
Uh-huh. And for some reason, you stopped being, court position, though. For no real reason. Oh, weird. I just gained a lot of oomph, a lot of money and a lot of piety from dying. Peculiar.
Nice.
Okay, so we could be good at this. Cool, we can befriend people, we were groomed to rule. But we unfortunately don't have a good player heir. Cause, you know, let's do this, the family focus here. In the hopes that we get a player heir, soon. Cause right now the player heir is my sister, who is in jail and has no lands.
Yeah, that's not ideal in
So
any sense.
That family focus hopefully will mean that I am able to get some more oomph. Let's sway Hugh. And yep, that's fine, that's fine. Assist ruler just generally, or let's actually do manage domain here, specifically to give a ludicrous amount of stewardship, which is just more money for us.
I mean, you already have so much money from inheritance. So.
Exactly. Oh, I should actually start this. I should start this scheme instead, and then I can just do this by giving you a gift. There we go. Problems have been solved. I still have plenty of money, but progress. Oh, my prisoner Eulalia died in the dungeons. Awkward. But we seem to have dealt with most of the problems here, and everyone else is leaving, so it's fine.
Social manipulation.
The first time it happened, I barely even gave it a moment's thought, but my steward Andronikos has gotten bolder. So, let's take a look at this guy. He is callous and lustful and ambitious.
Not a great all-around guy, but...
Nope, but I just need to pick what is probably the right one here. Forgetting to invite him leaves him in the dark, he shall have tasks which are impossible to complete, or commenting on his amorous lips will throw him off. Weird. I suspect the tasks. We'll see how that goes. Ta-da! Look at that. When Andronikos tried to complete his tasks thoroughly, I could scold him in front of everyone. When he hurried, I displayed his sloppy work for all to see. We just super shamed him, and that's kind of weird. By the way, to talk a little bit more about this stupid culture, I'll actually keep this running. The stupid culture tree. There is stories from later, but 12th century romances about Charlemagne, within which Charlemagne actually goes to the Byzantine court in Constantinople and is extremely overawed by the automata of the throne in Constantinople, which is actually known to be this, from other sources, to be this amazingly complicated automation that does weird stuff. Huh, wait, actually. That's an interesting thing. No sheriffs appointed. We'll talk about that in a moment. To finish this thought, though, Charlemagne gets granted impossible tasks to kind of shame him and prove the Byzantine Emperor's dominance over him, and through prayer and divine intercession, the task gets accomplished, and the Byzantine Emperor actually ends up swearing fealty and paying tribute to Charlemagne, because of course it does, it's a Frankish romance.
Oh
French
dear.
romance.
That's not what historically happened at all.
Completely ahistorical, but it is a 12th century romance that is very much kind of anti-Byzantine, but is a lot of fun to read anyway.
What is the romance called, by the way, if anyone wants to look it up?
I don't remember. Give me just a moment here to grab the book to find out, because I know where it is in the book. I just need to locate where I put the book.
So, chat, you're alone with me. Want to hear about the Filioque debate that split one of the things that split the Catholic and Orthodox churches? I'm going to take that as a yes. So the Filioque is something that originated in Spain in the 500s and 6th century is what I mean. And so it was adding in the word the word Filioque, which means and the Son, into the Nicene Creed.
I don't know where it went.
And so
it's a mystery.
And so that was prominent in the Catholic world and slowly grew and grew. And then the Orthodox Church did not really add that in, and they kind of became entrenched against it. And so that Filioque debate was a theological point of contention between the two. That was a quick history of it.
Uh-huh. Yep, Anyway, I know the book it's in, that I write about it in, is Ellie Truitt's Medieval Robots. I don't know where my copy of the book is, but it's somewhere.
Medieval Robots, that sounds pretty cool.
It is an amazing book. I solidly recommend. Wow. Younger Constantinople is pretty big. Anyway, so I can declare a few wars. I know I can declare a war on you. Oh, for the sake of other people's claims, I can do that. Okay. Which, we do that. I'm not gonna do that, but against these guys, similar in strength, okay? Neat. I have no allies though, because...
oh, right, that alliance broke then.
The alliance is broke, and also generally in a little bit of trouble on that front with, dying and all. Anyway, something else that stuck out to me here is the no sheriffs. Sheriffs are a very English thing as the administrator, but like the idea that they are the main administrative unit in England in this time period, especially into the Norman period, where they would be very much, they were the actual administrative unit instead of the feudal lord, though they would be chosen from among the barons. So, it's an odd thing that this can be a failure, but a thing that lots of people have. Oh boy. That's not great.
Oh yeah, that's.
The bishop is... Don't I have a court position? I hope I
I
do.
believe you do.
Court. Yes, I do have a court position. He doesn't like me all that much, though. We should get you married to someone. Just because. You'd be a good combination with that. There you go. Annoyingly, I think I still have no children. Which is incredibly frustrating if we die of, you know, smallpox.
I'm surprised it just didn't carry over the CK2 kind of outbreaks, and you could see them spread on a map. But
Huh, that would have been super cool.
yeah, I personally really liked it. But
and thank you, Gurren Pine, for the follow though. I appreciate that. To kind of repeat, we got a whole bunch of followers recently, and that is amazing. We are at 523, which is this amazing milestone. But if you are enjoying this and want to support it more, we do play a variety of games here. I'm not just a CK3 streamer, though we'll be playing this plenty in the months to come. But if you like this and want to support it, make sure we can keep playing the newest games and keep talking history in them competently. Subscriptions do help with that a lot. You can subscribe for free with Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime, or it's $5 a month, and it helps out a whole lot. So, anyway, let's keep going for a little bit longer.
and again, I'll put the Discord link in the chat.
Yes. Also, yes, I appreciate that. Join the Discord and follow on Twitter to be notified for future streams, since Twitch is not actually good at that. Oh no.
I mean, the bot on the Discord channel isn't much better, but still
It's
does.
at least attempts. The bishop doesn't super like me, so we will give him a bit of money. He likes me now. Okay, I have this claim, but I have insufficient money to go press that. Let's see. Indeed, we will take the reins. Do it. And my wife gained more expertise. It's super cool, and I appreciate that. I just wish that we also got some, you know, children.
That would be great if that could happen soon, hopefully.
Wouldn't it?
I'm just surprised. How old is your character?
44?
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't had any kids yet.
Yeah, 43, and my wife is 38, so it's kind of weird.
Very odd.
But I wonder if I can make one of them my heir.
Since they are amazing kids.
Faction created against that. I guess I should take a look at these factions. Okay, that doesn't actually matter. Yes, what is this? That will be my pleasure. Alright, a couple of people want things. And voila. My martial count failed Tistos because I don't know about the old war. It does have interesting conversation. stats. Apparently it was stats.
Sounds like pretty good stats from the looks of it.
Yeah. That's sure the choice. And find myself in conversation with Stefanos. Trade routes. Okay. I mean, I am a diplomat. It's fine. Ta-da! Look at that. If I complain enough, it works.
Wonderful. Solves all your problems.
Indeed. That was good. That was all around good for all of us. And it's about time I think we declare a war.
More war. That's just what this is.
More claims. We are similar in strength, but let's see. Yeah, we are actually just similar in strength, but with with how good our marshal is. Yeah, good. He became commander like I wanted him to, which is what I wanted. And he has no guys for it to matter, so let's go. We will meet them in our territory, hopefully. Nope, he's just walking around in and out and in and out. We will not catch him in time. Oh well. Let's see. Hey, I got a daughter.
Wonderful. What are you gonna
She's
name?
a genius. Yes!
Amazing.
Cool.
Which
Well,
name did you settle with?
Gregoria?
Nice.
Hopefully I can cut these guys off at the pass as they are on their way. And we can just squish them here while we have the advantage.
Then you can move on to the sieges.
Exactly. Our Heteria wounded their guy. Oh good, we are actually stomping them, though they have the advantage. Or a very slight advantage. But our Doom stack is just way better.
Perfect.
Nice, and we got a valuable hostage. Hey wait, we took the Duke. We can just win this war, can't we?
I believe so.
Cause yeah, we just captured him. So we just win.
Wonderful.
So be it. And now we can continue them, because they're done. He's in my jail, though. Suppose I should actually look at that and we'll see what I can do with him. No.
You're really starting to snowball here.
A little bit. Nothing too bad, but a little bit. Odd? Wait. Duke Theodotos. I thought I... Okay, apparently I released him as part of the deal. Makes sense.
Yeah. It's a shame you couldn't ransom him or something.
Uh-huh. A little bit. But that's okay. Let's see. If I can just ransom you for gold, that seems fine. I'm okay with that. Uh-huh. I do like that little thing in the title of I hope one day to show you the same hospitality. It is a nice little touch. Anyway,
Yes.
We've actually not been upgrading our cities at all. Wait, what? I thought the town here was a holding. Okay, weird. Okay, it's just a castle there, and then can construct a whole bunch of other things.
Those are some expensive buildings.
They're really expensive and they take a long time to build. Anyway, let's start looking at, player air. It should probably immediately be educated by someone. Wouldn't it be someone amazing? Though, to be fair, my stats are pretty kinda nuts. But
Yeah, you do have some decent stats.
at the same time, well, you're already educating someone else, so we will, I guess here. Voila. And we have now been going for over 4 hours, so I think this is also where we will call the end of the stream. So, I hope you guys all enjoy that. Being able to dig in a little bit deeper and just see what was going on did reveal some of the really weird things this game is doing, and
Oh yeah.
in full Paradox fashion, it is a rather incomplete simulation that they will eventually fix in some like 5 to 8 years.
Yeah, putting Western European notions of religion on many non-Western European religions, little yikes.
And culture and political structure and everything.
Yes.
It continues to be
Everything.
yikes. But
Yeah.
looking ahead to future things, we will be taking a couple weeks away from this game. So on Wednesday, we'll be playing a game that I am basically just giving free marketing to because it will be free on the Epic Game Store. But it's a game that I really like called Where the Water Tastes Like Wine. So 19th and early 20th century Americana and folklore. And then we'll be finishing up A Plague Tale: Innocence next week, Saturday. So you have that to look forward to. And thank you, Reed, so much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Yep, this was a lot of fun, and as I said, since we cover so much area, I will get other people on to talk about, the Dar al-Islam. TYO will be joining us for that, which will be good.
He's great. Definitely look forward to it.
Yep. Okay, and yeah, I will see you all on Wednesday for the next stream. We dropped the link a couple times, but join the Discord, follow me on Twitter for that, and this VOD will go up on YouTube as soon as possible after the stream ends. Awesome. I hope you guys all have a good rest of your day, and I will see you next time.